Okay, it's 6 o'clock. We'll come to order. I want to welcome everybody to the July 7th, 2025 meeting of the Merced City Council. We're going to begin with an invocation from Monica Gracely from Lifeline CDC. And after that, one of our esteemed planning commissioners, Jose Delgadillo, who's sitting in the back. He'll lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Monica.
Good evening. Please stand for the prayer. Lord of heaven and earth, we come to you tonight, tired, exhausted, and unsure of what the future holds. There are conflicts in decision-making and budget cuts and the rise of bills and the increasing cost that doesn't seem to end. Our teens are losing hope for their future. Our schools have to determine how to support the students with the budget cuts. Our unauthorized immigrants and their families are struggling as they fear the future and the future for their children. Our seniors can barely meet the ends. There are wars. And yet in all of this, we get to elect council members who then make best decisions possible for the people. We still have the freedom to speak up, and our voice still matters. Thank you for that. We're surrounded by amazing people who care about the community, invest in the community, people who pour their hearts into the work to make Merced a better place to live. Thank you for those people. While Texas is struggling with floods and loss of lives, while fires are burning in California, while Midwest is struggling with tornadoes and Washington is wrestling with their own issues, we get to be here to discuss the future of our city. Thank you for those opportunities. As council makes decisions that affect Merced, we ask you for wisdom. Help our council members to stay people of integrity who serve their community as servant leaders, seeing their role to empower, not to restrict. Help our city staff to stretch the dollar, see the bigger picture for the future, and stay safe in the work that they're doing. We ask that we, as citizens of this country, this community, do our best to lift each other up and help each other carry our burdens. We pray that our city is a city of shalom, of well-being where every person can thrive. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Monica. Commissioner Delgadillo.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I say thank you, Monica. Jennifer.
Okay, agenda item D, roll call. Councilmember DuPont.
Present.
Deanda.
Here.
Harris.
Present.
Smith.
Present.
Zhang.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyle.
Here.
And Mayor Serrato.
Present.
Okay, Mayor, I'd like to remind the audience that if they wish to address the City Council, they must submit a green request to speak form located at the podium in the back of the chamber. Additionally, citizens can submit public comment to the City Council electronically no later than 1 p.m. on the day of the meeting. Comments received before the deadline will be sent to the City Council and will be part of the record and will be mentioned as part of the written petitions and communications portion of the agenda and will be posted on the city's website. Material may be emailed to cityclerk@cityofmerced.org, and any correspondence received after 1 p.m. will be distributed to the City Council and retained for the official record. Also, for those audience members who wish to hear the council meeting translated into Spanish or Hmong, please let our interpreters know.
Hola, mi nombre es Rita. Si ustedes necesitan servicios de interpretación, yo estoy sentada en la parte de atrás del auditorio. Gracias.
Nhớ rằng cô tôi có hồ lộc phải mi tôi cô tôi xài lược mong rồi này mà nó cho nên từ xa tôi lúc trong sĩ tháp mà nó xài lược mong nó chế chỉ cô rồi nó cô xài lược mong rồi này ở trong đó.
In accordance with Government Code 54952.3, it is hereby announced that the City Council sits either simultaneously or serially as the Public Financing and Economic Development Authority, Parking Authority, and/or successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency. City Council members receive a monthly stipend of $500 by charter for sitting as the City Council, and the Mayor receives an additional $100 each month as part of the adopted budget and Resolution 2024-78. The Public Financing and Economic Development Authority, Parking Authority, and successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency receive no compensation. Agenda item E, report out of closed session.
There is no report out of closed session.
Agenda item F, written petitions and communications. Mayor, the clerk's office received an email from Jerry Perez Chica regarding public comment, and emails from Kelly Rodriguez, Deneen Berry, Carol and Robert Denuzzo, Tom and Debbie Clendenden, Eric Gonzalez, Linda Farnsworth Schultz, David and Kathy Miller, and Stephen Stout regarding agenda item I2. The emails were received by the 1 p.m. deadline. They were sent to the council and posted on the city's website. Any emails received after the 1 p.m. deadline will be sent to council. Agenda item G, public comments. Members of the public who wish to speak on any matter not listed on the agenda may speak during this portion of the meeting and will be allotted 3 minutes. The mayor may propose a further limit to the time available for all speakers at the discretion of the city council in order to accommodate as many speakers as possible. State law prohibits the city council from acting at this meeting on any matter raised during the public comment period. Members of the public who wish to speak on a matter that is listed on the agenda will be called upon to speak during the discussion of that item. And Mayor, I currently have 9 request to speak forms.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the public comment for any items that are not on the agenda, so for non-agendized items. So everyone is welcome to speak on any general city topic at this time. Items for comments related to agendized items will be heard at the time those items are called. Jennifer, you want to call the first speaker?
Okay, if I can get the first 5 speakers to the podium to my left, please. Garcia and Sons Construction Company, James Reese, Cindy Kelly, Sharon Lohman, and Aggie Freeman.
I have an overhead. Good evening, Mayor Serratos, council, and staff. My name is Aggie Freeman. I serve as the immediate past president and committee chair for Clothes for Kids for the Rotary Club of Merced Sunrise, the youngest Rotary Club in Merced. I'm here tonight to share a story of service, of dignity, and hope, and community. Merced Sunrise Rotary Club has begun planning for our August 2025 Back to School Clothes for Kids community service project. Are you going to put that up on the screen? Okay. Through the generosity of community members and sponsors, we will host 75 Merced children between first grade to high school with brand new school clothes to help them start the school year with confidence and pride. The students are nominated by our incredible community partners, CASA of Merced County, Merced Missions Village of Hope for Families, and Love Inc. These nonprofits work daily with families facing unimaginable challenges, and they help us identify and nominate eligible children who would benefit most. Each student will arrive at Merced's target and will be personally partnered with a Rotarian or community shopper, where they'll select up to $175 worth of clothing that they can wear to school. There are no returns and no exchanges, because once these children walk out of Target, they own something new that was chosen with them, with love, respect, and intention. But this isn't just about back to school clothes. It's about confidence on the first day of school. It's about equity in the classroom. It's about a student being able to raise their hand without shrinking from judgment. And it's about showing our Merced youth that our community sees them, believes in them, and stands beside them. If you would like to learn more, to volunteer, or to support our program, you can email me at rotaryaggie@gmail.com, and we would welcome your partnership. At Rotary, we are people of action who live by the motto, service above self, and this project reflects the very best of that mission. We believe that when we lift up a child, we lift up the future of the Merced community. Together, we build a stronger, more compassionate Merced, one child at a time. Thank you.
Thank you, Aggie. Thank you for all your tremendous work. All right, next speaker. Good evening, sir.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to all the city council members. Thanks for everybody for taking a couple minutes to hear me out on something that's kind of important. And speaking to a few of the battalion chiefs here in town after fires, I represent Garcia and Sons Construction Company. We're a complete mitigation and fire restoration company. I'm here to promote our company to take care of the emergency services in the area, meaning board ups, fences, tarps. There is a reputable company that you already use called 1-800-BOARD-UP, but a lot of times they can't get out to the fires and things like that. So we are kind of in the process of hopefully becoming on a part of the rotation. The worst thing is for homeowners after a fire is they have to leave the house and everything is kind of empty and nothing's boarded up, and nothing worse than coming back to your house and having a secondary fire start or people breaking into your house. So just wanted to let the company, the city know that we're here to support in any way. Also, one thing that I really wanted to point out today, for those of you who are renters or those of you who own rental properties, please make sure that you have renter's insurance. A lot of people don't know what renter's insurance is. We finished up 57 houses last year that were destroyed by fire. Out of the 57 houses, 28 of them were rental properties. The renters, out of the 28, only 4 of them had renter's insurance, and 24 families ended up homeless, basically, because they lost everything and they had nowhere to go. For about $25 a month, you can have renter's insurance if you don't own your house. So it's something really, really important. The worst feeling is, as a homeowner, to see your tenants basically homeless. The Red Cross and City Services does an incredible job of providing homes for them or putting them up in a hotel for about 3 or 4 days. Then after that, they have absolutely nothing. So we provide a full service of restoration, starting with the emergency services all the way to the build back of the house. But for now, the emergency services part is very, very important. There are a lot of abandoned houses. We do the free service, the board up. The city will never get a bill for that. We deal with the insurance company, and when there is no insurance on the property, we take care of it out of pocket. So just so you know, there's no problems for you. It serves as a deterrent when there's a board up and a fence around the house. People will not break in. We do a full-service board up with anchor bolts, screws, and fencing and tarps and everything else, though. So just please just consider the renter's insurance. If you have properties, make sure your tenants have renter's insurance. It's $25 a month that will give them a place to stay for a year. And on all of the content that they lost, they'll get their money back for it, and you'll have that peace of mind. And also, one more thing I'd like to throw out there really quick, if I may.
Time's up.
Time's up, thank you. Okay.
At 0. Sir, thank you. And we'd encourage you, if you haven't done so already, to speak. I think Chief Wilson in back would be a good guy to start with if you haven't spoken with him already. We can't make those decisions about which companies to use here on this dais.
Yes.
But Chief will be able to direct you in the right direction. We thank you for coming to us and letting us know. All right, Mr. Reese.
Good evening, Mayor and all council members, Chief. Good to see you as well. Can't remember your last name, but I know you're the Chief of Police, so. So I'm here as a co-sponsor of Neighbors Unidos. That is a nonprofit organization that's putting on community cookouts free of charge at each park. Let's see, how do I say this? So each district person, each council person, of the 6 parks, we try to find a park that is clean with restrooms, playgrounds. I go around and hand out flyers. And every month we have a Neighbors Unidos community cookout. We serve hamburgers, hot dogs, sodas, chips, free of charge. This last one we had on June 28th, it was at Farron's Park, and your councilperson Sarah Boyle showed up. Thank you very much. Thanks for the photos too as well. It was very nice. We have one more other to get District 6, and I'm sorry, I can't pronounce your last name, Councilperson
Zhang.
Zhang. Anyway, so that one will be coming sometime in July. I need to talk to my boss about when that will happen. But so on a separate note, speaking of community cookouts, the 18th Street People's Garden is right on 18th Street in between P and Q, left-hand side of the road, big yellow house. 936 West 18th Street. Every Friday, we have a neighborly cookout where anybody can come. And in the hot weather, we're asking for a host, for volunteers to host one of our community cookouts. They have to be volunteers at the place. But you guys, Fridays, you could come over, pick up some free food, talk to some of the neighbors, do a little photo shoot, or the council person, mayor. Starting at 3:30 from 5 till 5 o'clock every Friday. That's on a separate note than community cookouts. So anyway, I thank you very much for the time, and have a great evening.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Reese. Free food and photo shoots. You know what elected officials are looking for. Ms. Kelly.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, City Manager McBride, and City Attorney Cornwell. Cindy Kelly here to speak on behalf of Merced SPCA. I haven't been here, it feels like forever, actually in person at a meeting, but we are in the thick of kitten season. So there are priorities when after work I have to go to work again and start trapping cats and kittens. Wanted to just give you an update of what's going on with the SPCA. In, I want to say, November, we applied for a grant through the ASPCA. And it was for emergency preparedness. We learned from the floods in 2023 that when we lost about 30 of our colony cats that were washed away off the creek, that we were not ready to provide safety or shelter for those cats. So we applied for a grant, we were approved for it. So we will be purchasing tomahawk traps, temporary enclosures, standard traps, nets, so that in the event, should we see some sort of flooding event, and I say when, not if, of Bear Creek again, we will be in a position to save as many of those colony cats' lives as we can and not see the devastation we saw in 2023 with our colonies. Been really busy. Again, it's kitten season. Normally in dry years, what we see is a longer, it starts earlier and lasts longer, and in wet years, it's the opposite. It starts later and is really shortened. But we had a dry year last year, so we're seeing a lot more kittens just now being born. Our fosters are full, so we have kind of told people we will provide them supplies and we will provide them help to care for cats and kittens, but we cannot take any more kittens in right now. We have full fosters, and the majority of them are bottle babies, so they are under a month old. So we're still trying to keep up with that. And yeah, we've been busy on our end. We're planning our fall activities. I know going into this, we'll be part of the National Night Out again this year, and thanks for the invite from Merced Police Department. And from that, we'll go into our fall vaccine clinics, and we have a couple of quirky activities coming up we hope you will participate with us on. And coming up next year, you guys will receive invites for our 60th anniversary. We're going to have a big bang on this one. So we're excited to still be here, support the communities and the neighborhoods with their stray problem. I did recently put something in the Times that said you need to leave this kind of thing to the experts. You need to leave the trap, neuter, and release to the experts. It's not the city's problem. It's a spay and neuter problem. So it's pet owners not spaying and neutering. And so leave that kind of stuff to us, contact us, and we will help you get these animals spayed and neutered. So thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. Appreciate it. All right, Jennifer, next speakers.
Okay, if I can get the next four speakers. Brian Arechica, Josh Pedrozo, Curtis Thomas, and Gino Cooey. And then we'd have one more, Sharon Lohman.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff, and everyone. Good to see a full crowd here. My name is Gino Cooey, and I ask why. Why do we build the way we do? Why are we building houses far from public transportation, discouraging people from walking and riding bikes, building infrastructure which will deteriorate over time? I think back on what Councilmember Harris told a group of us. The 3 E's are essential for roads: education, engineering, design, and enforcement. Thank you, Mr. Harris. At a recent meeting, 3 of the property owners in District 3 met on the sidewalk by the 21st Street with Mr. Harris to discuss how the uneven sidewalks and the fast-moving traffic on his streets turned into roads. They made it difficult for people to safely walk on the sidewalks because they were so uneven and enter and leave their driveways. Council members Harris told us about the 3 E's, and I thank you again. If city staff, if the city engineering and the city planning and the city council are aligned on the 3 E's, education, engineering, and enforcement, just think of what could result. More people could afford housing, we would have less traffic, more people would walk and ride bikes and be able to socialize to build communities. Public transportation could replace many cars. Policies could be made, designing housing for people of all ages, all types, singles, seniors, students, retirees, not just families, as we see often in the subdivisions. On the street, we could live near businesses, shops, restaurants. Presently, the cost of housing has resulted in many people living with friends, renting a bedroom in a house, or living on the street, or sleeping in a friend's car. I have a friend who has someone she lets sleep in her car every night. The 3E, enforcement, is necessary. That's the third E. Enforcement is necessary for law and order of all types of regulations. Through education, engineering, design, and enforcement, we can revitalize our city as a sustainable, vibrant destination and place to live. So maybe we need to stop and ask the why. Why do we build the way we do? Thank you.
Thank you, Jean. All right, next speaker. Sloman.
There you go. Thank you.
All right, good evening, Sharon.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I'm Sharon Lohman with New Beginnings for Merced County Animals. And I'm really excited tonight because we just found out that we are going to be able to open a spay-neuter clinic here in Merced County. So that we hope is going to start at the beginning of 2027. And I'm also here to talk about our vaccination and microchip clinic that's free to residents. We finished up Winton with 450 animals and we ran out. We just finished up Livingston in June with 372 animals. We do one every quarter. Our next quarter will be on the west side, and then we want to swing back here to South Merced. We are asked constantly why we do not have a clinic in Merced, and that's because we need a building. We only need a building with 2 doors and a bathroom. And we only need it for about 4 hours, but that's something that we would really like to do for the people in South Merced, because it's the only area that so far we aren't able to serve. As Cindy mentioned, kitten season is unbelievable right now. In fact, I've just been texting because the Livingston officer just called to ask if we could take 5 bottle babies that were left at the police station. So what we are doing most, we do transport animals to San Francisco or other areas, but what we're doing most is flying a private pressurized plane to Washington, British Columbia, and Oregon, sometimes Montana. And we do that every 2 to 3 weeks. And last time we had 110 dogs and 98 cats on the last 2 flights. So it's just incredible, the need here, especially as the government shelters have moved away from taking in cats and for them to be community cats. So we are excited to open this spay-neuter clinic. We are almost at our $1 million mark. And when we hit 1 million, we have a gentleman that is going to match all funds from 1 million to 5 million. So exciting. We'll be talking to you more. And this will be very low cost because we do have lower cost clinics that serve well, but we will be one that will ask people, how much can you pay to keep this going longer for other people? If they say $10, then they pay $10. The goal is we've got to do something. For 21 years, I've done symptoms, and it's time to move to solutions now. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Incredible work. Incredible work. Thank you for that update. All right, Mr. Thomas.
Good evening, Mayor and Council and everybody here. My name's Curtis. I am a resident of District 1. I'm here today to mention that I am unreasonably excited for the general plan update that's coming up soon. And I want to encourage everybody here to keep an eye out for that because it's big. It's really a big part of shaping the future of the city and what that's going to look like. Part of that is going to be the downtown station area plan. Somebody correct me, please, if I mangled that. And that's also going to be talking about how we're going to integrate the high-speed rail station into downtown. I'm super excited for it. It's going to have the ACE train, the San Joaquins, and the high-speed rail planted there. The High-Speed Rail Authority people are really invested in making sure that it's something great for us. I'd like to meet that enthusiasm. So I think that going into the general plan update, though, we really need some information to be made public, and that is, I'd really like for the city to do a value per acre analysis where it looks at the outlays and incomes for the city per each acre that the city owns. There's at least one group that I know of by the name of Urban 3 that does studies like these, and it helps to visualize what areas of the city are pulling their weight and which areas are not, and which area. That's a little mean sounding, but it's helpful in identifying changes that need to be made to the general plan. So I think that if we can do that value per acre analysis, make it public, that would be really helpful in making sure that everybody has all the facts going into this general plan update. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Mic drop. Thank you. Supervisor Pedroza.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, City Manager, and City Attorney. Josh Pedrozo, District 2 Supervisor for Merced County. One thing I wanted to do really quickly is just remind people that tomorrow we have our meeting at 10 a.m. We're considering accepting a bunch of different grants for behavioral health and recovery services, which is something that is desperately needed, and we're excited to continue working with those organizations, and then also naming a new CEO for Merced County, which is pretty exciting. I also wanted to take a minute to introduce this young lady who's interning with us this summer. Her name is Denora Mesquita. She is working with myself and Supervisor Pacheco. She's from UC Davis. She reached out to Senator Caballero's office. They didn't have a spot for her, so she came to us. I guess we were low-hanging fruit. And so she came to us and is going to be working on some projects with Merced County. Namely, one of the things I'm working on now is an art project for the building, as well as a youth council project that she's going to be working on. So I want to turn the microphone over to her and let her introduce herself. So if I'm not here, she's here. I'll still be watching you guys on, TV and stuff, but yeah.
Be on the couch.
Denora.
Thank you, Josh.
Hello, my name is Denora Mesquita. I'm currently going into my junior year at UC Davis. I'm studying both political science and Chicano studies, and I've had the honor of working with Supervisor Pacheco and Pedroso, so I'm really happy to be here, and I have a lot of interest in local government, so I'm really excited to have this opportunity and just see how we're working as a community to address the concerns of the community. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you both. All right, Jennifer, anyone else?
Okay, can I get Nicola Adams and Brian Arechiga?
Comes Miss Adams. And I think I saw Mr. Archiga earlier, I believe, but he might have left. You called him earlier. I don't think he came, but okay. All right, Mr. Archiga, if you're here, you have 3 minutes. Ms. Adams.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Nicola Adams. I reside in Merced, and I am the president of the Merced County Nut Festival, which is happening this October 18th from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. at the Merced County Fairgrounds. It is a free event. It doesn't cost anything to get in. This year, we have Mike Hammer and the Nails coming back. Los Amigos is coming back. We have a free tram that gives rides around the fairgrounds. We have a kids area with free face painting, puppet shows, reading corner. We have a wine and beer garden also. This year, we're bringing karaoke to that area. So it's going to be pretty fun. And so I talk about the Nut Festival because we do 3 things for the Nut Festival. The Nut Festival, we do celebrate the almond, walnut, and pistachio industry because the ag industry actually touches almost every single part of this county, this community. We also educate the public on the process from grower to table. We talk about the water issues also. Avid Water is out there, MID is out there. And then what we do is we give back to the community in the form of sponsorships and scholarships. So everything we sell at the Nut Festival, our raffle tickets for the raffle items, our hats, our t-shirts, all of that money goes into a fund where we give back to organizations in the community that work with youth ages 13 to 17 only through educational arts programs. And so these are things that we do because we know a lot of our youth in that age group do not have any safe spaces to go. They age out of almost every single after-school program in this county by the time they're 13, and we all know that the gangs are waiting for them. So what we're doing is trying to provide safe spaces, helping out organizations that already do this. The Teen Center is a great place at the Merced County Library that offers safe spaces. A lot of other organizations do too. So please come out, support the Merced County Nut Festival. If you're a vendor, please see me. We would love to have you. If you like to be a sponsor for the Nut Festival, please, we could definitely use those too. And if you'd like to advertise your business, we do that too. We thank everyone who's partnered with us, the City of Merced, and several other organizations. But this is all about bringing our community together. It's all about us. It's all about connecting us because we have more in common than we do apart. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Nicole. Thank you, as always, for organizing that event.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Jennifer, anyone else?
That's all we have, Mayor.
Okay. Move on to consent.
Okay, agenda item H, consent calendar.
All right, any members of the council have any of the, I believe, 23 consent agenda items they'd like to pull for separate consideration? Councilmember DuPont.
Yes, Mayor. I'd like to pull H7 and H13.
Okay. 7 and 13. Anyone else?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to pull H5.
Okay. Pulling 5, 7, 13. All right, anyone else? Jennifer, anything from the public?
We just have H7.
Okay. All right, so pulling H5, which is our the California Public Policy Group contract, H7, which are the youth center contracts at 27th and K and McNamara Park, and then H13, which are a variety of public works purchases, and then it was 17. H17 as well, we're going to pull, that was a staff request, that's the purchase of the road grinder, the asphalt zipper. All right, so pulling 7, 13, and 5 and 17. Is there a motion with respect to the balance?
Motion.
Second.
Boyle and DuPont.
Okay, I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Boyle and a second by Councilmember DuPont. The motion will include agenda item H6, the adoption of resolution 2025-46, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Merced, California, declaring the infeasibility of using public bidding to purchase certain vehicles and authorizing limited direct purchases. And agenda item H23, the adoption of ordinance 2578, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Merced, California, adding section 17.32.105, fire hazard severity zone map to the Merced Municipal Code. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Mr. Deanda, if you could vote for the consent calendar. Okay, the motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. On to H5, which is the California Public Policy Group, our state and federal lobbyist contract. Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm want to talk about the grant writing services.
Okay.
That's item 2 under the attachments. Could you call that up for us?
Sure. So good evening, Council, Mayor, City Attorney. We are requesting your approval for a third amendment to our service agreement for CPPG, which is our California Public Policy Group. They're our legislative advocacy service group, and they also have a grant writing team. And so We currently are actively working with CPPG on 7 grant applications that will help fund our Parks and Community Service projects at General Vang Pao Park. There are 2, a Caltrans bridge widening project at Black Rascal Creek, and a DOJ COPS grant, and there are a couple more that are coming in. So we're in grant writing season, if you will. And so a lot of the grants that come to us, we get support from CPPG and their grant writing team. And they have subject matter experts that range from a former city manager to HR consultants, public safety, personnel, fire, PD. And so they are supporting our grant writing efforts. And so we're providing information so that we can create narratives, and then they're helping us put the grant packages together. These are all competitive grants, and so they're very effective. We have received 2 grants from them. They've been with us for about a year, but they missed the grant cycle, so they weren't active in our grants last year at this time, if that makes sense. So with this full cycle, they were able to help us source out grants for different departments, and then we're able to work with them to submit those. So the submission timeframe starts in June, some in July, some in August. So hopefully that gives you a good overview of what we're doing.
Thank you. Are you able to call up that attachment? It's pretty big.
Yes, I can. You'll do it? Is the cap lock on? No. No. I have this. We can throw it up. It's small, but I can throw it up.
There's a section here on the amount of dollars that we've applied for and the amounts that we've received. And maybe your explanation about them not being in on the cycle
Yes.
explains that huge difference.
Yes, there is a huge difference. So when they started, or when we partnered with them, it was at the end of the last cycle. So we missed those deadlines. So this is kind of a full cycle where we were able to take a look at what's available and what fits for the projects that we have.
I've long held that having our own dedicated grant writer would pay off in numerous ways, one of which would pay for the cost of our own grant writer. Change my mind?
So if we have one grant writer, they would need to source grants for each of our departments. And so with CPPG, they have those subject matter experts. So for example, they have the former city manager of Fresno who is writing the Black Rascal Creek Bridge Widening Project grant and sourcing out some additional infrastructure grants for us with regard to canal and Childs, some other, I think it's, Daryl, is it SS, the grant that we just turned in? It's at the very bottom of this.
Just for the record, I'm not saying that,
SS4A. So
I'm not saying that outsourcing needs to disappear. I'm just saying that it could be strengthened by having our own person that could bird dog different grants and maybe forward them to CPPG for partnership.
So with CPPG's support, they're able to source out those grants and supply them to us so that I can work with Chris Jensen, I can work with Daryl Jordan, we can work with our HR team. We just received another email from CPPG about a wellness grant that we can work with. So we have the team behind us that supplies us with information so we can review those grants and send them to departments for their review to see if it fits in with their projects. So if we had one person on staff, we may miss some of those opportunities that CPPG is able to source for us because they have several subject matter experts.
That assumes we get rid of CPPG, which I'm not saying. I'm just saying we have one person in the city that coordinates grants, goes out and looks for them, doesn't take any work out of the department heads, lets the department heads stay in their department and do their work there, but is really the focal point and the tip of the spear, if you will, for grants within the city.
So if we had one person, that person would need to understand the narrative for each department. So they would need to have an engineering background, they would need to have a fire background, they would need to have PD background. So
I disagree. They need to have a grants background because none of our people have grants backgrounds. They have the subject matters. And this works in numerous places. Josh, does the county have a grant writer?
Michael, you can't know. Josh.
Sorry.
Nope.
But there's a lot of places that have their own grant writers and are very successful. Why would it not work for the city of Merced?
I am a grant writer. I've been a grant writer for 5 years prior to coming to the city of Merced. I am excellent with narratives, but without an engineering background, without a fire background. So I would need to call on our fire folks, our PD folks, our engineering folks. And so what we're getting with CPPG are those subject matter experts that bring that information to us so we can streamline that process and meet those deadlines.
I understand that. I just think that we're missing opportunities because the department heads are running their departments. They're not out looking for grants. They're there when the grants come in, or the grants are identified, to help write them and win them. But a grant writer is the one going out to identify and kind of bird dog them.
Okay. Jennifer, I cut you. Jennifer's holding her own so well here. I think.
I will say one more thing. So CPPG is doing what you're saying. They're sending us, they're sourcing those specific grants. And so if I were responsible for sourcing those, I would miss those fire grants, those FEMA grants, those DOJ grants, unless I had that streamline of agencies coming straight to me. It does work. We just think that it streamlines the process with our CPPG grant writing team.
Do you happen to know offhand how many grants or the dollar amount of grants we pulled in before CPPG when we had a full cycle of our own?
I would say loosely a couple million maybe, but that doesn't include our streets, our SB1, those affordable housing grants that Leah's shaking her head in the background. So, and Leah is a subject matter expert in those affordable housing grants. So with fire, we had the SAFER grant. PD, we've missed a couple of grants, but with CPPG, we've been able to track those grants.
Okay, you could just jump in. I mean, easily $100 million with housing grants, probably more, well in excess of $100 million. $15 million for the airport from the federal government, $8-9 million from the federal government for fire staffing to fund those 24 fire positions, and that's just a start. I mean, there's a lot.
So we're on our first complete cycle. So
yes,
I suggest we take a look at it in 6 months and see where we.
We will come back to you with a report.
Thank you.
City Manager McBride.
No, sorry, Ricky moved. I just appreciate the dialogue, good dialogue. I think good points on both sides here. It's an art to finding the grants. It's art to completing them. We know we have a lot on our table, that we're working on every day. Unfortunately, one of the difficult pieces right now is really the auditing part, the financial reporting, which is very hard for us. And so that's definitely an area. I think if we were to get someone, that would be the area we would need the most help, is in the financial reporting side of things.
Okay, Councilmember Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I appreciate the discussion. I'm glad that we are going out to bid on our public policy consulting team. I mean, I have wondered why we invest in a group that is specialized for California and not California and federal. But I think we're agendized here to talk about whether or not we want to extend CPPG to continue to work on the things they're working on during a grant cycle. I think that there's no reason to not support that effort, so we keep going. And maybe at some other time we can talk about whether we need or whether we have full-time grant support, but I don't know that that discussion is right now.
Yeah, agreed. Ultimately, it's a policy decision for this council, and whether or not we want to create the position, and an operational decision for the city manager as well, if he thinks he can benefit from. Councilmember Jean.
I could agree with Councilmember Harris on doing things in-house, right? I think that it's important that we move forward with trying to do things more in-house rather than going out and getting support from companies where we don't maintain the talent that is accrued over time, right? That being said, would it, given our current work situation with CPPG, would it be more beneficial for us to be able to utilize them more effectively if we have more support in looking for grants or having somebody support you, Jennifer, with the process? Simply because I know that our budget doesn't look so great, right? And so if it costs a little bit more to hire somebody to get us more money in the long run, is that something that we should be entertaining?
So Jennifer's support is actually the departments. So the support that she's getting is the departments that are working to provide the information that's necessary to complete these applications. So these are very diverse, whether they be PD, fire, parks, engineering. So because they're so diversified, no one person is going to kind of fit all those roles. So she's kind of the mediator. She's kind of providing the documentation and the narrative necessary to kind of make it work. I mean, look, administrative help, always welcome. You see Sarah right next to her. She's tremendously helpful, as is Diana. We have a small staff in our division. We just got through budget. I wasn't really able to add staff to our area. If we're having that conversation, we should probably do that at mid-year another time. Not tonight. We're really talking about extending the contract for a short time period.
Well, I guess the point of my question is more of, are we utilizing the, I keep forgetting what this acronym is, CPPG, to the fullest extent possible, right? Or is it something where we're throwing money at it where we're actually not using them enough to get money back? And so just hopefully that impacts whether or not we continue to amend the contract working with them.
I think Councilmember Smith or Harris perhaps said it. I think you need to see where we are in 6 months as we get through the cycle.
Yeah. All right. You're asking if their services are worth it. I guess, yeah, we have to.
I will say that we have 7 people on CPPG's team that are working on 7 different grants and 7 different subject matter experts.
Cool. All right, additional questions, thoughts, or a motion?
Move to approve. Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Smith and a second by Councilmember DuPont. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, the motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. H7, Councilmember DuPont.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I need to recuse myself from this item as Restorative Justice League is a client of my firm.
All right. We'll allow Councilmember DuPont the opportunity to step off real quick. Don't go too far. Additional discussion. Jennifer, anybody from the public on this?
We do, from Monica Graisley.
Okay. Monica? And again, for the public, this is our youth center at 27th and K, a lease with Restorative Justice League and the Challenge Family Resource Center, and then also the McNamara Park Youth Center, which is Ms. Gracely's organization, Lifeline CDC.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having us. So this is some of my staff and interns, and I'm Jocelyn, come on up, girl. And Lifeline wouldn't run without the amazing people that lead the teams and that make the difference. And 2 years ago, we stood here and we made the presentation and asked if you would trust us enough to start it. And so you did. And we just wanted to say thank you. Lifeline is about empowering under-resourced neighborhoods to thrive. And we have a saying that your life story is not your life sentence, and your current location is not your destiny, and you get to co-author the book and the story of your life. And so really, McNamara is one of our places out of 3 community centers where we empower community members to foster their gifts, to re-find their strength and move forward in life. So there's a number of programs. I have no idea how to get rid of that little doodle there, so just ignore it. One of the things we do is we have the GROW program, which is 0 to 5 kids getting stimulated in an environment where they can do activities but learn and explore life as well. The STAR program is probably the one that we're doing the most, which is our kids after school program, where we have 15 to 20 children coming to do homework, to be in a nurturing environment, to go on field trips, to expand their minds, and to grow. Here are just a few of our pictures. And again, I have to credit the staff for just doing some amazing work in engaging with our young people. We have ESL classes to help our community members that want to learn English to move forward. We have a community breakfast every other week that is just bringing community members together around food and good conversations. As you can tell, if you ever want to come out, you're very welcome. We would love to have you join us for a breakfast. We do a food pantry once a week on Fridays where people can come and get fresh fruits and vegetables. Currently, we're partnered with the school to do the school summer lunches where kids and families can come and get free school lunches. Additional resources, we help with job searches, we help with resume building. We did the taxes last year, and I want to say we were able to bring, do you remember the numbers? It was like over $250,000 in tax refunds that went back into the Loughborough, into the McNamara area because of the taxes that were done. We're helping with SNAP and unemployment. We're using the center as a cooling or warming place. We also have community service people helping us. We have a clothing closet. We help with paperwork. We have interns, and this is a fun part, from UC Merced, from WorkNet, from Fresno Pacific University, from Health Career Connections, from Geo Reentry, plus we have a ton of other volunteers. Our future plans is a literacy program and youth development program, and thank you very much. Done.
Good. Time to
I
just
think
perfect.
I've never spoken this fast in 3 minutes. Thank you. And
Thank you,
these
Monica.
are the people that make it happen.
Thank you, thank you. Great work. All right, anybody else, Jennifer?
That's all we had, Mayor.
Okay, back to council for discussion and/or a motion.
Motion.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Boyle and a second by Councilmember Harris. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, and the motion passes with Councilmember DuPont recusing himself.
Thank you, Jennifer. All right, we'll invite Councilmember DuPont back in, and that'll take us to H13, which are a variety of public works purchases, waiving the competitive bid requirement, roughly 70 items under H13. Councilmember Harris and Councilmember DuPont, your requests. First, Councilmember Harris.
I need to recuse myself on item AJ.
AJ. Okay. That is the Dom's Electric bearing, or Dom's Electric Merced bearing?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, AJ. Sorry, I looked at you.
AJ Macaulay Motors.
Got it. Okay. All right, Councilmember DuPont.
Yeah, I need to recuse myself on AH and AJ as they are clients of my law firm.
Okay. AH, Kellogg Supply, and Macaulay Motors. Okay. Okay. So Jennifer will remove AH and AJ. Discussion or a motion, any public comment?
We don't have anything, Mayor.
Questions for Ken? He's excited to answer all your questions right now. Anything with respect to the balance?
Motion.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Boyle and a second by Councilmember DuPont. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, the motion passes unanimously.
Okay, now we'll allow Councilmember DuPont to excuse himself. We'll take up AH, which is approving up to $125,000 in supplies for Public Works through purchases from Kellogg Supply through the end of the fiscal year 2026. Additional comments, questions, thoughts, or a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Boyle and a second by Councilmember Harris. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. And the motion passes with Councilmember DuPont recusing himself.
Okay, now we'll allow Councilmember Harris to step off. And we'll take up AJ. This is approving the purchase of up to $60,000 with Macaulay Motors through June 30th, 2026, and allowing Public Works to make those purchases, waiving the competitive bid requirement. All right, additional thoughts, comments, or a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Boyle and a second by Councilmember Smith. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, the motion passes with Councilmember DuPont and Harris recusing themselves.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. We'll invite Council Members Harris and DuPont back in to the council chambers to retake their seats at the dais. And we'll take up H17, which was a request to authorize a purchase of the asphalt zipper.
Hi, Mayor, Council. I would like to request that this be moved or pulled from this agenda meeting and then be allowed to come back at the next meeting or a further meeting.
Okay. All right, request from staff to continue this to the July 21st meeting. Is there any, Jennifer, anything from the public first?
We don't have anything, Mayor.
Okay, further discussion or a motion to that effect?
A motion to table H17 until our next regularly scheduled meeting.
Second. Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Smith and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Boyle. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, and the motion passes with Councilmember Zhang absent.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. Takes us to our two public hearings for tonight. The first, I-1, Jen.
Okay, agenda item I, public hearings. I-1, public hearing, general plan amendment number 24-01 and Northeast Yosemite specific plan amendment number 6, Paulson Ranch, initiated by Stonefield Home, Inc., property owner. The general plan amendment would amend the Merced General Plan Transportation and Circulation element by modifying the City of Merced Circulation Plan and all associated maps and descriptions throughout the general plan to eliminate Destiny Drive, a collector road, from going through the subject site at 800 East Cardella Road to Parsons Road Extension. The Northeast Yosemite specific plan amendment would modify the design, layout, and circulation of residential proposed previously approved for this site. This request would allow the subdivision of approximately 39.12 acres into 104 residential lots, mostly between 6,000 and 7,000 square feet, and additional lots for a storm basing and open space. And the subject site is generally located on the south side of East Cardella Road, approximately 1,900 feet east of G Street.
Thank you, Jennifer. Before we begin, Councilmember Smith.
Mr. Mayor, before we begin, I need to recuse myself because Stonefield Homes is a client of my law firm, but not of me. But just to avoid the appearance of a conflict, I'm going to step out.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, ready to proceed? Good evening, Francisco.
Good evening, council, members of the audience. Francisco Mendoza with the Planning Division. The item that you have before you, this public hearing item, is an opportunity to bring to boost the city's housing inventory. It could bring 104 single-family homes to Northeast Merced. The subject site is located at 800 East Cardella Road, and the name of the project is the Paulson Ranch Subdivision. So this project, I'll show the map in a little bit. It's a two-step entitlement process, so it requires various land use permits. So step one was going to the Planning Commission to get the map approved. And that occurred back in May 7th, a couple months ago, and they subdivided the 40-acre lots into 104 single-family homes. The next step is to take it to City Council today, in which the council will look at two aspects of the project. One, a request for a general plan amendment, and that would be to amend the city's circulation element or the street network. It wouldn't amend the land use. The land use is fine. And then the second request before the city council would be to amend the specific plan that this site was originally part of going back to the 1990s when the area was annexed through the Northeast Yosemite specific plan. So kind of diving into the project, again, Northeast Merced, shown here is the city scale context map. So the subject site shown here in yellow through the yellow star. Here's the location map. It's an aerial image that provides more context. So the subject site is shown here in turquoise. It's approximately 40 acres. And to the north, west, and east, it's mostly surrounded by undeveloped land that includes a variety of land uses, commercial, residential, and so forth. Developed areas would be more to the south and southwest. So to the south would be subdivision, single-family homes that would be consistent with this project. Southwest, just adjacent to the project site, would be Crookshank Middle School. West of that would be Dignity Health, which runs into G Street. So the project site would extend from the backside of Crookshank Middle School all the way up to Cardella Road, again, approximately 40 acres. So why is the applicant requesting to amend the circulation element and to amend the specific plan? Well, as part of CEQA, the environmental studies required for this project, Galloway Enterprise, a biological consultant, identified a biologically sensitive area. So that area is circled in red. So that would be the northeast portion of the subject site. So this area contains some wetlands, which essentially render it undevelopable. And so the subdivision would essentially have to be designed to avoid this area. And Destiny Drive, which was originally planned to go through this area, would not be able to go through here because, again, of the biological constraints. So this slide here shows a map that was approved by the Planning Commission. Again, it's 40 acres, 104 lots. It includes 6 cul-de-sacs. And so the biologically sensitive area or the avoidance area is shown here in green on the top right. So that's a little bit over 5 acres. The map also includes, besides this area, it would also include a storm basin shown here in blue on the bottom left, and that would be a little under an acre. And there would also be the Conwood Creek, which would run along the southwest border of the project site along with a future bike path. So again, this is the map. It was approved by the Planning Commission on May 7th, 104 lots. The lots are, again, consistent with the general plan, consistent with zoning, and the lot sizes would range between 6,000 and a little over 14,000 square feet. This slide here shows a cross-section of the various streets within the subdivision. So top left includes the local streets, Cardella Road. On the bottom right includes an interior road and Paulson Road. So these streets, these roads would be designed, all of them would be designed to comply with the city's engineering standards for both for street, curb, gutter, block walls, and so forth. So as I mentioned earlier, even though this is a general plan amendment, that's not for land use, it's for the circulation element. The project is actually consistent with the general plan for land use and also consistent with zoning for land use. So the proposed density is within the allowed range of 2 to 6 units per acre at right around 4 units per acre. And the lot dimensions, lot areas, lot widths would be consistent with zoning as well. So this is the aspect of the project that the applicant is requesting a general plan amendment for. So this map shown here is the city's circulation element, which essentially shows the street network for some of the larger streets in town. So that includes the planned out streets for expressways, arterial roads, collector roads, think of like 16th Street, Olive Avenue, G Street, and so forth. So they would be amending a collector road, which is supposed to go through the project site. Again, they're not able to install that road because of the biological constraints. And here's a closer look of that circulation element map. And so this is the small portion of that entire map that would be modified to eliminate Destiny Drive from going through the site. And again, this is two aspects that you're looking at. The other is to amend the specific plan. This map that you're looking at is over 30 years old. It's from when this area and the surrounding areas were first annexed into the city. A specific plan was adopted known as the Northeast Yosemite Specific Plan. The project site where Paulson Ranch would go is outlined in red. So as you can see here, this had a particular configuration and subdivision layout, and because of the biological constraints, they're not able to move forward with this original approval. In terms of public comments, staff published the public hearing notice and mailed it out to neighboring property owners prior to the Planning Commission meeting on May 7th, and also prior to this meeting. Staff did not receive any comments from the general public. Staff did receive one comment from MID. That's back from the Planning Commission's review. They had one comment, and that comment got folded into the Planning Commission approval. So that was addressed at the Planning Commission level. So that concludes the presentation. Again, the vesting tentative subdivision map was approved by the Planning Commission on May 7th. Today, you would be looking at, or what staff is requesting, is action on the environmental review to either approve, disapprove, or modify, of which staff is recommending a negative declaration, and also General Plan Amendment 2401 and the Northeast Yosemite Specific Plan Amendment number 6 to redo essentially the layout that was originally approved for the site. So that concludes the presentation. I'm available for any questions you may have. The applicant's engineer is out here in the back. He's available for any technical questions you may have for the applicant.
Okay, thank you, Francisco. Any questions for Mr. Mendoza? Okay, seeing none, Jennifer, I will open the public hearing. It is now 7:07. Are there any requests to speak from the public on this item?
I do have one from Rick Mummert.
Okay. Mr. Mummert, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, fellow council members, Rick Mummert,
Rick, if I
Benchmark
could interrupt you
Engineering.
for a second. I think because they're the applicant, 15 minutes? Yeah, you'll have 15 minutes.
I'll take 30 seconds.
All right.
Francisco did a great job. Thank you to planning staff for this project. Great turnaround time for everything, Planning Commission, City Council, so we appreciate it. Francisco did a wonderful job presenting it. I don't know if there's any questions you have for me, but I'd be happy to answer them, and thank you.
Okay. Long story short, this is part of annexation from the 90s, and then the project is about looking like it's going to start relatively soon, and the issue here is simply Destiny Drive, and there's biological constraints, and so
biological constraints going through wetland areas, and they were designated as avoidance areas.
Okay.
So we have a 75-foot setback that we have to stay from the perimeter.
Okay. So put simply, that's pretty much
that's it.
Okay. All right. Additional questions for Mr. Mummert?
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir. You're 29 seconds. You're pretty much right on. So, Jennifer, anybody else?
That's all we had, Mayor.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll close the public hearing unless there's any additional comments. It's now 7:08. We'll bring it back to council for additional discussion and/or action. Further thoughts, comments, questions, discussion, or motion?
Motion.
Okay. Is there a second? Councilmember Zhang, I see your question.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Harrison DuPont pending the vote. Councilmember Zhang has a comment or a question.
Yeah, so my comment is kind of tied to one of the speaker earlier today when they talked about the general plan, where we need to really think, right, about how we build a city. This is what, 30 years ago, and we're going to be planning 30 years out as well. And I know at this point in time, we're not looking at any sort of affordable housing, which I would like to see here. But that's something we need to work on going forward, right? Encouraging more denser development, encouraging more walkable, bikeable neighborhoods. And again, just keeping that in mind as we go into general plan. So thank you.
Okay. Noted. Because this is within existing city limits and it's already entitled, the affordable housing policy wouldn't apply. Is that correct, Mr. Brett? All right. Additional comments? Okay, seeing none, Jennifer, we'll call for the question.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Harris and a second by Councilmember DuPont. The motion will include the adoption of Resolution 2025-47, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Merced, California, approving Northeast Yosemite Specific Plan Amendment Number 6 and approving General Plan Amendment Number 24-01 to amend the Merced General Plan Transportation and Circulation Element, which would modify the City of Merced Circulation Plan Figure 4.1 and all associated maps and descriptions throughout the general plan to eliminate the portion of Destiny Drive going through 800 East Cardello Road to Paulson's Road Extension and approving an environmental review number 24-07 negative declaration. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, and the motion passes with Councilmember Zhang voting no and Councilmember Smith recusing himself.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. All right, we'll invite Councilmember Smith back in, and we'll take up our second public hearing for the night, agenda item I2.
Okay, agenda item I2, public hearing, General Plan Amendment Number 24-02, Site Utilization Plan Revision Number 3 to Plan Development Number 20, and appeal of the Planning Commission's denial of vesting tentative subdivision map number 1332, site plan number 551, minor use permit number 24-13, and environmental review checklist number 24-25, initiated by Eric Gonzalez on behalf of Yosemite 1380 LLC, property owner. The approximate 8.05 acre subject site is generally located on the southwest corner of East Yosemite Avenue and Parsons Avenue, 1380 East Yosemite Avenue and 3595 Parsons Avenue. The general plan amendment would change the general plan land use designation from commercial office to business park for 2.72 acres and from commercial office to high medium density residential for the remaining 4.48 acres. The site utilization plan revision would change the land use designation within plan development number 20 from commercial office to self-storage for 2.72 acres, from commercial office to residential for 4.48 acres. The vesting tentative subdivision map would divide the self-storage from the residential lots and create the 41 residential lots. The site plan review permit would allow the development of a self-storage facility, approximately 500 storage units. The minor use permit would be for interface review to allow commercial development adjacent to or across from a low-density residential zone.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes, sir.
I need to recuse myself from this item. The appellant and applicant is a client of my law firm. My law firm has not worked on this specific project, but have worked on other projects for this specific applicant.
Okay. All right, thank you, Councilmember DuPont. All right, we'll allow Councilmember DuPont to excuse himself. And all right, without further ado, the appeal, I'll probably get this wrong, but the appeal of the Planning Commission's denial of a request to change the zoning at Yosemite and Parsons on 8 acres to accommodate a different use. All right.
Thank you. Yes, good evening. I am Valeria Renteria, Associate Planner with the City of Merced Planning Department. The project I have before you today is, as mentioned, General Plan Amendment number 2402, Site Utilization Plan Revision number 3 to Plan Development number 20, and the appeal of the Planning Commission decision to deny vesting tentative subdivision map number 1332, Site Plan Revision number 551, and minor use permit 2413. This is for a proposed new self-storage facility and single-family residential subdivision. Prior to this hearing, the Planning Commission held a meeting on March 19th where the Commission heard the proposed project and voted to continue the public hearing to the April 9th meeting. At this meeting, the Commission heard the proposal again and expressed concerns regarding the incompatibility with the neighborhood and the amount of self-storage facilities being approved throughout the city. The Commission then directed staff to prepare a resolution of denial due to the incompatibility to the surrounding uses. At the Planning Commission of May 7th, the Commission adopted said resolutions to recommend denial of the General Plan Amendment and Site Utilization Plan Revision to the Plan Development, and a resolution of denial of the vesting tentative subdivision map, site plan, and minor use permit. and this action was then appealed by the applicant. Staff was also made aware that the comments submitted by the neighbors during these Planning Commission hearings were not included in the admin report and has prepared physical copies available for the public, council, and kept on the official record. This map shows the project site outlined in red, located at the southwest corner of East Yosemite Avenue and Parsons Avenue. The site is approximately 8.05 acres with single-family residential zones surrounding the site, as well as medical offices adjacent to the northeast and a church to the north. Per Fire Department's direction, staff has also prepared a memo recommending the addition of condition number 29 to resolution number 4153, Exhibit A, requiring all interior roads be at least 22 feet wide to meet fire code requirements. This memo is available in physical form for the public, council, and kept for the official record. This is a map provided by the applicant displaying the proposed 41 residential lots and the 500-unit self-storage facility. These are some elevations also provided by the applicant for the proposed self-storage along Yosemite Avenue. After opening the public hearing, the City Council has the authority to approve the project by adopting a resolution approving environmental review number 2425 and general plan amendment number 2402, introducing an ordinance approving site utilization plan revision number 3 to plan development number 20, approving legislative action agreement, and adopting a resolution approving the appeal of the Planning Commission denial of vesting tentative subdivision map number 1332, site plan number 551, and minor use permit number 2413, or denial by adopting a resolution to deny environmental review number 24-25 for general plan amendment number 2402 and site utilization plan revision number 3 to plan development number 20. Adopting a motion to deny an ordinance approving site utilization plan revision number 3 to plan development number 20, denying the legislative action agreement, and adopting a resolution denying the appeal of the Planning Commission denial of vesting tentative subdivision map number 1332, site plan number 551, and minor use permit number 24-13. This now concludes staff's presentation. I am now available for any questions. The applicant is also here in the audience and is available for questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions? Okay, any questions before we open the public hearing from council? Councilor Smith.
Thank you for the presentation. I don't mean to color anything, but a procedural question that occurred to me when I was reviewing the materials. Is it procedurally possible to sever the self-storage decision from the residential housing decision that we have to make? Or maybe that's for the city attorney?
I think it's, yeah, Craig started reaching for the microphone as soon as you said it.
I'll jump in. Mayor and council, I would consider that too substantive of a change to the proposal from the applicant. I'd feel much more comfortable if the applicant would, if that was an option, to consider a separate application that we can review.
Okay, and that's fine. I just wanted to get that out. Because it seems to me there's two different substantive discussions, but one decision.
Okay. And Craig, to that point, is there we have motion 1 and 2 here tonight, project approval, project denial. Is there a third where we refer for essentially more work or further investigation or further discussion?
Yes, you can send back for other consideration at the planning level and staff, the applicant can consider other options if that's,
Okay. We can refer with directions, and we could refer back to the planning commission, or keep it here and refer back to council. What are the options?
refer back to commission.
Okay.
And I also would say that the applicant is, if this were to be a denial, the applicant can present a different.
Modified idea.
Yeah, project that'd be considered a different project.
Okay. All right, anybody else? Initial questions before we open the public hearing and take public comment? Okay, seeing none, it's 7:21. Jennifer will open the public hearing at this time.
Okay, Mayor, I have 7 request to speak forms.
Okay, 3 minutes each.
Okay, if I could get the first 4. We have the applicant that would like to speak.
Okay.
Would you like them to go
So
first?
if we could hang on 1 second. We have 7. Does that include the applicant?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
No.
If you guys filled out a green request, all you gotta do is fill out a green request to speak for. Francisco's getting one back. Would anyone else like to be heard on this item? If so, please fill out a green request to speak form, which is in back, and turn it in as quickly as possible. We'll allow the applicant to begin. The applicant, by rule, get 15 minutes. Don't have to use all that, as we saw the last time. But whatever, so gentlemen, whatever you have 15 minutes, use all or any portion of it right now. Whatever you don't use can be saved for rebuttal at the end after the other public comments, or at a later point during the public comments. And then also too, if council has additional questions, then that require more than 15 minutes, we're going to keep asking questions, and that's not part of your time.
Understood. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Are we good to go now?
Yes, sir.
Great. Well, good evening. Thank you, Mayor, Council. Nice to be with you tonight, staff. Todd Bender, I'm speaking on behalf of the project tonight, and a few of my team members also. We thank you for hearing this tonight and your consideration. And we have valued our longstanding relationship with this body over the years and the trust you placed in us. So it's our hope that we would gain that tonight. I also want to thank the neighbors for being here tonight, and for all the comments that have been shared in the last public hearing, through emails and in-person meeting. I especially want to thank Dr. Basie and his wife for a very thoughtful conversation on the topic. It was helpful for us as a team. We do appreciate collaboration. So in a moment, we'll be showing some exhibits that I think will help clarify the project and maybe help some of what I believe is misperceptions of what our vision is for the community. But before that, I'll just say there'll be some changes that we're going to propose tonight to the project, based sort of coming from the spirit of collaboration and appreciation of the conversations and the comments we've received from the neighbors. One of the changes you'll see, actually it won't be in the exhibits, but we're going to request is that we change the hours of operation on the self-storage from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. instead of 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. Also, we're going to recommend or propose to reduce the density of the community from what I believe is 9.1 units per acre down to 7.8 units per acre, which will mean the removal of 6 home sites to make that happen. And lastly, we are proposing to take all the home sites that are contiguous with the Oakmont community that don't have some form of block, and which would be home sites 1 through 10, I believe, is it? 1 through 10, and propose they be single-story only home sites to address some of the view concerns. So, yeah, and maybe we'll get to these exhibits in just a minute. Before we start, I'd like to finish with the exhibits, but before we start, Amanda Gallegos, who will be responsible for stewarding the management of the self-storage, should it be approved. She has a few comments, and then I'll come back to address some of these exhibits I've mentioned. So,
okay, thanks. Ms. Gallegos.
Hi. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and neighbors. My name is Amanda Gallegos, and I am the General Manager for Heritage Management. I have worked for Heritage and the Wainwright family for over 12 years. We are a locally owned and operated company with deep roots in Merced. We're proud to manage a wide portfolio of residential, commercial, and storage, and we take that responsibility very seriously. We live here, we work here, and we are committed to building projects that add long-term value to this community. I want to take a moment to speak to you not just as a property manager, but as someone who has worked in this city, built relationships in this community, and stood behind every development that we've touched. This proposed project would be the second location of Simply Space Self-Storage. We will be the management company for this location as well, just as we are for Simply Space number 1, which you may know is on the corner of R and Yosemite, which also backs up to a residential neighborhood, which is the Farrens Park project. That location has a strong and positive relationship with its neighbors, and we plan to maintain that same standard here. Our gates close at 7 p.m., as Todd mentioned, which means limited evening activity and no late night traffic or noise. More importantly, we're not just building it, we're managing it. We do not outsource, we do not disappear after construction. We stay and we manage everything with the same standards that have really made us one of the most respected management companies in Merced. Our approach to this is really just driven by 4 key values. As you can see, our curb appeal, we invest in landscaping, upkeep, and design because we know appearances matter, such as the Promenade and Greystone Business Park in North Merced. Security, we implement advanced camera systems and controlled access at all of our sites. Responsiveness, our local team is on site, accountable and accessible. And community respect, because we aren't just managing buildings, we're maintaining relationships. And I just want to say that we know that how a property looks and feels affects everyone around it. We are really intentional about maintaining high standards because it reflects on us and our reputation, and it reflects on the neighborhoods we're a part of. A well-managed, low-activity, high-security storage facility provides stability, security, and enhancement to this area of our city, an area that deserves investment, care, and solutions that actually work for residents. So no, we are not outside developers looking to flip and just walk away. We are the long-term stewards of this property. Our reputation, our neighbors, and our city relationships matter to us deeply. This is our project. Our name is on it. Our people will manage it. And our team will be an active presence on this property every day because this is our city too. So this project is just about enhancing the corner, not changing it. It's about making Merced better in ways that are visible and measurable. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Amanda. I think I made a tactical error. I should have had Amanda cover my comments as well. She did a nice job. Thank you.
No comment.
Yeah, so let's if we could have, I want to throw a couple images up that I think fairly characterize what our vision is. The first being, we are proposing a gated community. There was some question or speculation around that before. This is an image that is sort of a visionary image of the design direction we're headed toward. Obviously, we have the benefit of some of the trees on the existing street that are in, that we can, that will give us some immediate feel of maturity. Obviously, some of the image trees behind will be at maturity, but I think this is hopefully helpful as well. I think we have a second image of that, more of a straight on. We just feel like this gives it a sense of entry and presence. We see this, in my mind, this is going to be a gem of a community, and we've tried to address it from that aspect. We're not trying to compete with the mass development out in the north. We want something special, and I think this entry kind of sets that tone. We then moved on and worked with an architect, nationally recognized architect, to design a streetscape that has multiple, the goal here was to address multiple styles of architecture, a lot of articulation and color on the fronts of the homes to provide a streetscape that's charming and cottage-like. And these are the images that we've worked on. I apologize, these weren't ready. I think this might have helped early on with some of the early meetings, because I believe there was maybe a misconception of the level of quality we were going to deliver out here. But these were not ready. We just hadn't put the final touches on them yet. So I think this is our last image here. I will say this, I do appreciate you're here tonight, and we don't at all see you as adversaries. We see you as neighbors that are concerned about your community.
If I could, I wouldn't mean to, but a job, address us. You can address everybody else through us, but yeah, speak.
Thank you. Will do.
Thank you.
We don't see the public as adversaries at all. We appreciate that they come out and their comments. That's what good community does. They're here because they care about their community, and we respect that. And they care about their city. It's our hope that they would believe we do too. We love the city. We've been here for generations, developing communities we're proud of. This will be the first community my son's involved with. I hope it's a legacy for him to create a lasting community he's proud of. So that is something we strive for and desire and want to pour our hearts into this community. We'll leave any time for questions or comments later.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. 6 minutes and 1 second remaining, unless you have any more comments at this point. And we'll take the other public comments, and then after that, gentlemen, you'll have 6 minutes and 1 second plus any extra time if needed for council questions. Wait, it's public hearing right now. So we'll wait till the end. All right, Jennifer.
Okay, if I can get the first 4 speakers to the podium to my left, please. Tom Clendenin, Steve Stout, Carol Denuzzo, and Robert Denuzzo.
Thank you, Jennifer. Mr. Clendenin, welcome.
I want to make sure I have my 15 minutes.
3 minutes, sir.
As the main speaker, we requested 15 minutes.
We have 1 second. Yeah. No? If you're good, I'm good. Okay. All right, so we'll take it your word, 15 minutes.
Okay. Good evening, council members, staff, neighbors, and all those that are watching on TV. My name's Tom Clendenin. I live at 1377 Awani Court. I've been elected basically by our neighborhood to be the main speaker tonight in opposition to this appeal. First of all, we are not against growth. Definitely not against growth. But we would like to see planned, consolidated growth that is correctly done. I stress correctly. This property was purchased back in 2022 by this applicant. At that time, it was zoned commercial office. He knew it was zoned commercial office. He's built projects that are commercial office right down the street. This was zoned and put into an office back in 2009, and the only reason it probably didn't get built is because there was a crash in the market. There is a 6-building layout that's already been done for that project. Anyhow, the applicant should have done their due diligence on this project. If they weren't going to do their due diligence, they should have put it into part of their buying agreement that the zone change would be part of the contingency of this proposal. So why did he buy the property? Well, that's up to a developer. Neighbors who bought homes and lots all knew that this was a commercial office setup, and they looked at the Oakmont Village as a very nice place to live. We did our due diligence, we made our purchases, and that's how we are now living. Some of the people have been here over 20 years. Moving on to the mini storage. This mini storage does not belong on Yosemite Avenue. This is the gateway out to UC Merced. It's been a long-established road, and it needs to be aesthetically pleasing and business-oriented to further promote the UC Merced. Plans and development standards show conflicts. They talk about their landscape being great. Well, there's landscape buffers on the west and south and east side, and then you've got 0 lot line adjustments on F and A. You got 12 and 14-foot high block walls that do attract graffiti, along with an unsightly nuisance if they're not kept up to date. This does not create jobs for our community. Maybe a maximum of 7 jobs. That was per the applicant. You're going to put a prime piece of ground into a mini storage with no jobs. Once it's built, it won't add anything to our neighborhood or the community except noise, traffic, congestion. A mini storage just does not fit into this area. Now let's move on to the homes. There's been a lot of stuff that's missing from these plans. The required ownership and the use is missing on half the plans of the neighborhood. A required statement that's supposed to be submitted by the subdivider in written form and presented to the city, asking and granting all these, or asking for all these variations. They're asking for variations on here. They want 4-foot instead of 5-foot sidewalks, which is standard for Merced City. How about the roads? They've got narrow roads, dead ends, no cul-de-sac turns. This is a disaster, just like Moraga was, that people complain about all the time. What's even worse about this place, it doesn't have any turnouts like Moraga does. So one of my neighbors, as we were told that there was no problem with the fire department, one of my neighbors talked to Fire Chief Manny, and he said that there were several recommendations made to the applicant, which none of them were incorporated in the plans when they saw them. So a lot of stuff is being missing on these plans. There's no landscape along the block wall on lots 18 and 19. There's only one entrance to this subdivision, which is a very problem for emergency vehicles, and it's a narrow entrance. There's only one water service connection. If there was a disaster in there where a pipe broke or something like that, the whole subdivision would be shut down. Should have 2. There's no fire hydrants at all located on these plans. Should be at least 3 fire hydrants. If it's not on these plans and it gets approved, I can assure you the developer's not going to put those in. I don't care what they say. They're not going to spend money that they don't need to. Zoning's not consistent with the surrounding R16 when we change it to R31. Lot sizes are small, 2,100 square feet up to 5,300 feet. Most of the lots just south and west of that development, the proposed development, are 8,000 to 15,000 feet. 24 of the 41 lots are smaller than most of the houses on the south and west sides. Talking about 1- and 2-story houses. Here's the proverbial goalpost being moved every time we turn around. When it first came to the Planning Commission, there was all single-story houses from lots 1 through 17, 2-story houses on the remaining lots. Then we got told, well, we might just sprinkle in 1 or 2 2-story houses. Now the goalpost moved this morning. They want half of the lots from 1 to 17 now are going to be single-story. All the houses that are going to be 2-story are where the existing redwood trees are. The environmental study shows that this project is less than significant or not significant, but we, the neighbors, all think it's significant. About those redwood trees, once this development is done, those existing redwood trees will be in the backyards of those houses. At this point, nobody's going to keep those. They're going to wipe out those, I believe, they're going to wipe out all those redwood trees to start with in the development because they'll make the backyards look bigger and more area so that it'd be more desirable for the people buying those houses. If the parcel stays a commercial zoning office or commercial office, it's going to be a greater use and a greater value to the community, the neighborhood, and to also the UC. This is going to show the UC students that Merced is involved with the community, and we're trying to do things that are going to keep some of these students that are graduating here. We can have these offices could be for doctors, dentists, physical therapists, dialysis. The list goes on. So this would be consistent with what other communities have done to approve for the next surgery outpatient facilities, such as our beautiful surgery center that we have that's very nice. Staff report says this is not consistent with the Merced Vision 2030 plan. Are we just going to throw that 2030 plan out the window on this project? The 2030 general plan is the official document used by the city's decision makers, which is you and the rest of us, and citizens to guide the long-range development of land and the conservation of resources in Merced. It's the key document with which the city ordinances and policies must be consistent. It's the city's blueprint for the future and provides the bridge between the community's values and the development decisions made by the city. Let's go on to some of these homes now. People in the Oakmont area picked out these lots, picked out their homes. They had some of them custom built, some of them bought them as they were, as is. Some have built their dream home here. This is where they're retiring. They didn't want to purchase another home in another area. They have this stuff the way they wanted it. They liked Oakmont Village because it is one of the nicest, most upkept neighborhoods in the city of Merced, and that's the way our neighborhood keeps it. Some of my Oakmont friends, neighbors, have been there for over 20 years. There was a petition that was signed by 179 people that was presented to the Planning Commission. And there was 15 letters that were mailed to the Planning Commission. 14 of those letters were completely against this project. One that was in favor of the project to the point that, yes, I'd like to see something done, but not the way it's presented. And this was one of the members from the Wainwright family, actually. This happened to be left out of the packet, so I hope you had a chance to see this. This is the petition and all these letters. I found this morning after reviewing the whole packet this weekend. So I know it's out there, but I don't know if you got a chance to see it. I've been told that this is a done deal. I really hope not. I really hope the council's taken their time and going to make a decision here tonight of what needs to be done. If you all agree the residential, I believe you all have to agree this residential setup that was presented is completely misdesigned, poorly designed, and needs a lot of work. And for the mini storage, as far as I'm concerned, it just doesn't belong there. There's lots of other areas where a mini storage can go, not on Yosemite Avenue out there on the way to UC. The general plan amendment is deemed to be of public interest. Well, the Planning Commission found that this proposed amendment is not in the public interest, and that's why they voted it down. The Planning Commission also found that the proposed amendments were inconsistent and incompatible with the general plan and any of the programs associated with it. They also found out that the proposed plan of changing it to business park from commercial office into high-density commercial, high-density residential didn't go along with the general plan. That is why there was a 7-0 vote in the favor to deny this project. The developer asked the planning the developer was asked by the Planning Commission if they ever reached out to the community. Mr. Gonzalez said no. This is an infill project, and I know infill projects are great, but they take a lot of work and they take a lot of community involvement. The applicant did not reach out to anybody in that community when they started doing these plans in 2023. They completed the plans in 2024. Again, crickets, no reaching out. They had since April 9th, when this got denied, to reach out to the neighborhood. They didn't do it. First contact with the neighborhood, I got an email from Mr. Gonzalez on Friday, the 27th of June. That's less than 10 days ago. He wanted me to meet with them on either Wednesday or Thursday. I had previous commitments. I couldn't make it. Then I hear through the grapevine that the plans changed. So I sent Mr. Gonzalez an email asking, did the plans change? He says, no, the plans have not changed. Here we are. Tonight, the plans have changed. The goalposts have moved again. How many more times are they going to move? How many more times do we have to come here and get the whole community involved to see what's going on? Just today, the applicant threatened one of my neighbors that if this isn't approved tonight, they're going to put apartments in here. Okay, let's go back to the drawing board. We got to go back to the Planning Commission. You're going to have to put in an application to rezone again. And if you don't think the people of the community was mad then, right now, wait till you try and put apartments inside of R16 zones on all four sides to you. We'd like you to not make the developer's problem our problem. Don't make it our nightmare. You don't need to approve everything that comes before the city council. And we're asking that you do not grant this appeal. I'd like everyone in the audience to please stand that's against this appeal. This gives you an idea of what our community is like. We are a bunch of nice people with great residents in a residential area that we desire, and we want to keep it that way. Thank you all for coming. I'd like to, you can go ahead, sit down. Now it's up to the city council to make a decision. Are you going to support the local community and the planning commission's recommendation? Or are you going to let that of a single developer? We respectfully ask you to not approve this appeal. I would like to reclaim my time.
Okay, thank you, sir. 1 minute and there's 20 seconds, a little last second ticked off, so 1:20 remaining. All right. All right, next speaker. All right, next speaker.
Good evening, excuse me. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members and staff. I have chosen to read my concerns on this issue as the public speaking is the #1 item on my not-to-do list. Please bear with me. My name is Steve Stout. Our newly constructed home sits at 1297 Ahwahnee Drive. We share a backyard fence with this proposed project. Our worst case scenario would be a 2-story house looking directly into our backyard and total loss of privacy. You know, I could have gone facts and figures en route in this letter. I'm a numbers guy, but decided to speak from the heart instead. Currently, my wife and I are in the process of selling our 1-acre home of 38 years in the McSwain School District area. Love the location, but believing in hands-on approach, it has taken its toll on me physically, and getting older hasn't helped. Time to move on. Wanted to build a forever home in town, smaller yard, newly constructed, simplified life is what we needed. We were looking at Turlock and Merced areas for a lot to build on. Found out about the Ahwahnee area through a longtime friend who's also built his lasting home on the same street. Fell in love with the area almost immediately. Great location, neighbors, and a nice, really nice developed community. My wife and I are both born and raised in Merced. Along with that, the majority of our doctors practice locally. 3 of them are within a mile of our new home. This is a major benefit with our advancing age. But before starting the entire buying and building process, we went to the city to verify the zoning on the land directly behind us, which is the proposed site. And zoning was CO perfect and stayed that way for over 5 years. I know because I continually checked during our buy and build process. Then the March 19th Planning Commission order came and changed everything, not for the good. The first line item in the City Council's mission statement states, maintains a high quality of life for its citizens. This proposed project would not fulfill this very statement, in my opinion, and definitely diminishes the quality of life of the adjoining and surrounding areas of the site. And I can back that up with 3 concerns for starters. Number 1, property values and aesthetics. A mini storage facility directly abutting a residential property inevitably impacts property values, visual harmony, and neighborhood appeal. Number 2, traffic and safety. Increased traffic from high-density housing and frequent activity associated with storage access raises real concerns for families, pedestrians, and school children in the area. Noise and light pollution. Both types of development often bring increased noise and light that diminishes quality of life, particularly for immediate neighbors like myself. Well, now I strongly urge you as City Council to uphold the city's mission and the decision made by our Planning Commission to unanimously deny this appeal. Thank you.
Thanks. Next speaker. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Carol Denuzzo. My husband and I built and moved into our, what we thought would be our forever home on Awani Drive in April of 2020. This is just one street over from the proposed development site. I'm here tonight not to oppose growth, but to question the kind of growth we're being asked to accept and at what cost. This plan is short-sighted. It fails to account for the long-term needs of this community and disregards the strategic potential of this property. This site already is zoned for commercial offices. That's not an accident. It reflects years of thoughtful planning meant to position this area for real, sustainable growth. And now, at precisely the moment when UC Merced is expanding with a new $300 million medical education building, a facility designed to house instructional, research, academic, and community-focused spaces, we're being asked to abandon that vision and rush into high-density housing and a mini storage facility? That makes no sense. This property is uniquely situated to support that institutional growth, with medical offices and research facilities and innovation hubs that align with UC Merced's future and the region's economic development plans. That's what real long-term planning looks like, not wedging high-density housing and a mini storage facility that undercuts those possibilities and locks us into short-term fix with long-term consequences. This isn't just poor planning, it's reckless. This is not a case of not in my backyard. It's about upholding zoning integrity, holding the city accountable for its planning standards, and protecting long-term vision that's already in place. We're not anti-growth, we're pro-responsible growth. Growth that's guided by a plan, not by a profit motive. Growth that meets future needs, like healthcare, education, and jobs, not just the developer's bottom line. And make no mistake, this development benefits one person, the developer. Everyone else, those who actually live here, are left to deal with the irreversible fallout. So tonight, I urge our city leaders to protect the integrity of our planning process, to prioritize long-term community value over short-term gains, and make decisions that reflect where Merced is headed, not just where a developer wants to build. Let's get this right. Let's build a future that's smart, sustainable, and worthy of this community. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. I can't hardly compete with my wife after that one. Introduce myself, I'm Robert Denuzzo. I live on Awani Drive. I've been an architect for 38 years, so I know something about building and construction and design. Again, I'm not anti-growth. I'm pro-growth. I'm for smart growth. My career has been based on growth. I'm here to join my community. We're not NIMBYs. You know, we don't, I think for this project, I think anyone in town would look at this and say, this doesn't belong here. It's not just us, but it just happened to land it against our subdivision, so that's why we're here. In Merced, there's lots of vacant land throughout the city. There's no need to fill in vacant land just to fill it in. Filling in should be with the appropriate use and the appropriate location. filling in with appropriate projects in appropriate locations keeps the community cohesive and thriving. This developer previously built high-density housing, and if you look at it now, it doesn't look that good. And what a developer does when he builds a house, sells it, he walks away. He's not invested in that community anymore. He could care less. If you look at Herndon Avenue in Fresno Clovis, it's lined with nice high-end medical offices, and that's what Yosemite Avenue should wind up looking like. On the way to the UC, as my wife said, and as other UC members have said. Now, as a city council, you represent the community and you represent the city and the people. The community is saying that we don't need this project here on this land. We don't need the mini storage. We don't need high-density housing against our subdivision. The Planning Commission agreed with us. The Planning Commission denied the approval. What if your home was against this subdivision that's being proposed? Would you vote for it? Would you want a mini storage in your backyard? You just recently approved the general plan amendment that had a lot of zone changes for high-density housing throughout the city. This little subdivision won't matter in the grand scheme of things. So we're just urging that you uphold the Planning Commission and our community over the needs of one developer. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Jennifer, next speakers.
If I can get the next three speakers, Dr. Lee Bosey, Kathy Miller, and Marilyn Sobel.
Ready? All right. Dr. Basie, go ahead.
Dear Mayor and Merced City Council, my name is Dr. Lee Basie, and my family resides at 1289 Awani Drive, adjacent to lots numbers 5 and 6 on the developer's proposed map. I'm here as a resident and a concerned stakeholder to express my strong and unequivocal opposition to this project being appealed, despite having been unanimously rejected 7-0 by the Planning Commission. I urge the rest of the council to consider the following. A unanimous Planning Commission denial is not a routine rejection. It represents a rare, complete consensus by a body specifically appointed by you, the council, to evaluate land use, impacts, environmental review, development consistency, economic development, and facilitate public participation. Look at the participation you have here tonight. I don't know if there's another single event that has this many people showing up. In the last 5 years, the Merced City Council has not reversed an appeal that was declined 7-0 by the Planning Commission. Took a lot of digging for me to find that, but Valeria was helpful. I ask each council member, the city of Merced does not need another dollar store, tire shop, or mini storage. The council has already approved 2 additional storage sites recently. We need real economic development. The mini storage, according to the developer, will only generate 7 part-time jobs. That's it for the project. That big piece of cheddar, 7 jobs. Community concerns are not NIMBYism. Our concerns include traffic, public safety, inadequate infrastructure, questionable environmental findings, and lastly, lower property values. According to a local realty firm, They estimated the housing adjacent to this project, we are looking at a 15 to 10% reduction in property values. Homes that are within a quarter mile of this project will be looking at a 5% reduction in their home appraisals. The reason for the reduced appraisals are because the developer has proposed two-story homes directly facing each neighbor. These two proposed homes will share a common fence and have elevations 25 to 30 feet high. I ask each council member who owns a home, how would you like to look at two-story homes towering over your backyard? We asked the developers a compromise to do one story along the Ahwahnee fence line. And at our meeting, he declined. Tonight, he's changed half. I urge each of you to consider your vote carefully and to put yourself in our shoes. We're
Sir, I
being
gotta cut you. I
asked
gotta
to
cut
bear
you.
the
Sir,
burdens
gotta
for
cut
this
you off.
project.
Sir, your time's up.
Okay, sorry.
No, I usually let people finish their sentence and.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next speaker.
Hello, City Councilman and Mayor. Nice to meet you all. I wasn't even going to come up and speak. All my neighbors did a great job, and I agree with everything they pointed out. And they pointed out more than 1, 2, 3, 4 things why this shouldn't go through. My husband and myself live on 1321 Ahwahnee Court. We're adjacent right to that. We worked hard in Merced for 30 plus years. I was a nurse. My husband worked in the medical field. We worked hard. We saved for this home. We searched out this home. We got this home, and we were so happy. We all did our research to find out what was supposed to be behind the home, which was a business. And so we were all okay with that. So we went ahead and did that. So when we heard this, we were shocked. None of us thought this could happen or it could come. And here it came. So we went out and we talked to all of our neighbors because only a short little bit of people got letters sent to them, which I was shocked. I've never been through anything like this. We went out and talked to our neighbors. And out of all the people that we talked to, which was almost 200 people, only 2 didn't sign it. To me, that showed a lot, because a lot of people did not answer their doors because they thought we were selling solar, because they didn't want to answer. So of all those ones. The other thing is I have worked in the medical field for many, many years. I've been around surgery centers all my life. I researched up and down the Central Valley. Not one surgical center has a storage unit or homes right adjacent to it. It's not where it belongs. And that's not just from me speaking as our homes. It isn't where it belongs. Like all my neighbors said, it should be business offices, should be doctor's offices, diagnostic, lab, all that. We are going to need that. Merced is growing, and that's great. We're all for growth. My 2 kids who've been raised here all their life, they both have 2 growing businesses here. We're not here to try to stop something. But what I have to say, one of your city planners said it perfectly. This is a great plan. It's a really great plan, but not there. It's the gateway to the university. This is not the place for it. This is not the place for it. And I hope that all of you go with what the city planners did. They all voted no, which I was so grateful to hear that. That made me think this can't go through. If that many people and all the people we actually talked to said, no, this does not make sense, and they weren't even the people sitting directly behind it, but it didn't make sense for that area, that should not go there. So I hope you guys vote to deny this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, council members, staff, public. My name is Marilyn Sobel. I live close to the project, but I don't actually live there, but I'm still opposed to it, even though I won't personally be affected. Just want to emphasize that. I am, however, personally affected with the way in which Merced develops. And we moved here 3 years ago, and we really love Merced, and we would really like to see a thoughtful form of development, and that's not what we're seeing here, and that's what concerns me. Do we have to wait till 2030 to think about the ways in which we want Merced to develop? That doesn't make any sense. One of the things that when I was reading the Planning Commission's review that jumped out at me was, well, it's okay to approve the self-storage because we've approved lots of self-storages around residential places before. Okay, we don't know whether or not that had a negative effect on those places. We haven't actually studied that. And I think that's one of the things that we need to think about for the general plan is, you know, are there things that we shouldn't be doing? How many more self-storages do we need in Merced? Don't we need other kinds of businesses? Don't we need other kinds of development? And don't we need affordable housing? The market right now is saturated. People do not have money to buy two-story houses. Why are we building them here? We should be building things that will bring people in to Merced. And we should be building things that people can afford. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jennifer, anyone else?
Those are all the request to speak forms I had, Mayor.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we're still in the public hearing. If there's anybody else who'd like to be heard, please lodge a request to speak form as soon as possible. We have 6 minutes and 1 second left for the applicant and 1 minute and 20 seconds left for Mr. Clendenin.
Is it possible to use the overhead again?
Yes, sir.
Sure. A lot of comments here tonight. I think with my limited time, I just need to focus on the project at hand. I think there was a lot of comments that weren't fair characterizations of our character and our intent. For one, those are the ones I take most exception to. We do care, and we will, I think, deliver a beautiful project here. Back to this exhibit, I heard a couple more comments about 2 stories looking down. Again, the comment I made earlier, the plan we're suggesting to change tonight in the blue home sites that are contiguous to the Oakmont residents, we're proposing to take those to single-story homes. So in its simplest form, we're suggesting single-story homes behind single-story homes. I think it's that simple. The other homes down the same lane, contiguous, have an enormous tree block that's already in place. It's been growing for years. So there's no line of sight issue there. There was comments about speculation about removing those trees. I'm not sure why someone would buy a home with a tree if they don't want the tree in the yard, but that's maybe more speculation. Also speculation on Simply Space and its impact on the neighborhood. I think rather than speculation, we have a real life example at the corner of R and Yosemite. It's been there for 20 years. We've kept it up the best we can. We've stewarded that. We've had no issue with the neighbor. It hasn't affected the property values there. It's a needed system, and there's more needed in this town to keep the pricing in check. We wouldn't build this if we didn't think there was a need. We wouldn't invest in this if we didn't think there was a need. So again, I respect the comments of the neighbors, and I understand the fear that comes with it, but what we plan to deliver is a beautiful gated entry to do something unique and different, and beautiful architecture down those streets and single-story homes behind most of these single-story homes. I don't think that needs to be any more simple than that. We asked that you would trust us again as you have in the past. We're going to deliver. We've been here in meetings like this before, and we've delivered. So we'd ask for your vote of confidence on that tonight. If there's any other comments you have, Eric? Yeah, just to be clear, also to the north of those, can you point that out on there? The density reduction is taking place on the homes behind the self-storage here. Those were the alley-loaded Paseo type, and we've changed those to straightforward street-loaded, just more traditional to lower the density in response to some of the concerns. This is driving the density very close to the high end of low density. So it's small, but it will be a gem. And I don't see any harm here. I know there's concern, but I'd ask for your trust. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. 2 minutes and 49 seconds remaining. We'll have Mr. Clendenin finish his time. Then we'll have questions for Mr. Clendenin, and then we'll bring Mr. Bender back for any questions the council has for Mr. Bender.
I'm gonna
Under
make
20
my-
seconds, sir.
Okay, I'm going to make my first comment about the trees. When you have about a 12 or 14-foot diameter tree projecting into your backyard that's 40 feet high, I can assure you that nobody's going to want to keep that big tree in your backyard, and maybe 2 or 3 of those trees, depending on how the lot lays out. There's a big comment that the developer suggested changes to this proposal that needs to be considered by the Planning Commission, the planning staff, and the community. There needs to be consideration given to whether these new changes they brought tonight should be conditions of approval or otherwise memorialized in a way that ensures that developer upholds the suggestions and the comments they've implied tonight. I urge you to direct staff to revise the application in full and refer them back to the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Any questions for Mr. Clendenin? Any questions for Mr. Clendenin? Councilmember Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Clendenin. I heard you make a comment that this development will reduce home values on Ahwahnee and maybe North Dome. And I was taking notes and I missed it. Can you restate that point and tell us again the basis for that point?
The basis is that compared to other developments of putting high density or medium high density around a low density housing unit always drives the price down. Putting a mini storage against residential units, we don't have verification of what that might cost, but that property out there needs to be developed into something besides a mini storage on Yosemite Avenue. That just doesn't fit the community or the Yosemite Gateway out to the UC.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you. That it?
I have some questions for the applicant, but I'll let others ask
Yes,
questions
any
of Mr.
additional,
Clendenin.
just keep, any additional questions for Mr. Clendenin? Okay, seeing none. All right, thank you, Mr. Clendenin. Bring the applicant back up, and we'll have council questions for the applicant. All right, Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm curious because I'm kind of hearing two different things. I'd like to know how many community meetings were actually held that were noticed and were attended by members of the community.
Other than the ones held here in this room?
Other than a planning commission?
Yeah.
Or city council?
Yeah, our outreach to the neighborhood was later on when we finished these exhibits, and we were advised by the city there were 2 leaders of opposition, and that's who we reached out to, Mr. Basie, Dr. Basie, and Mr. Clendenin. Mr. Clendenin declined to meet. He expressed that earlier. I don't remember a limitation on days we would meet. We met just today with Dr. Basie. And then we met with Dr. Basie today to go over these and to explore these changes that we had discussed. So those were the outreach, understanding that that was our understanding, they were the leaders of the opposition and would speak to the concerns, which I think were expressed. At least that was my understanding.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, Councilor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Bender.
Yes.
So you heard me ask Mr. Clendenin the question about the project reducing adjacent home values. Do you have a rebuttal or a response to that point?
I don't know how that math is achieved. I don't. I think these homes, as designed, are going to be they're going to be nice homes, and I think my response to that is it doesn't sound well studied to me. It sounds like an opinion. I don't know how those could be achieved without seeing the plans and actually having an appraiser appraise the plans to see how that might affect the neighborhood. I think part of the rebuttal, too, is just maybe a difference of opinion. We heard earlier from the councilman that, 30 years in the future, we're gonna plan differently, and I think there's some of that going on here too. The future of planning is to come out from the busier streets with the more commercial type uses, such as we propose, and you'll see more of it in the future where the next tier out is the higher density, and then it goes to the lower density as you go out. It's sort of the new planning that's coming in. We're going to see more of. So I think that's the direction things are headed, and I don't see that being detrimental to value personally.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
It does, thank you. Let me toggle to the, the mini storage proposal. Excuse me. We're hearing feedback tonight that the mini storage doesn't fit with the character of the neighborhood. It's not the best use for the location near Parsons and Yosemite. Wonder if you could drill down on that. I mean, it does seem to me that we're all of a sudden seeing an explosion of mini storage units in Merced. Maybe talk about why this is an advantageous place for another mini storage, but also in your answer, and I apologize for the compound question.
No, that's fine. If you can help me remember the trail, I'll
It's
be
okay.
good.
There's been some discussion, and I have wondered, this property was zoned for commercial space going back to, I don't know, 1980. The property hasn't been developed.
Correct.
And it seems to me that after the pandemic, that office space is kind of not in vogue anymore. And I'm not a real estate expert, but I do see space for let signs along Yosemite not that far from this parcel. So in giving me some more feedback as to why the mini storage unit is advantageous, why not commercial space?
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. Well, to address the commercial office, we have commercial office just down the road, and it is you're correct, after, just the last decade, it has been a dying asset class. It's just expensive, and there's not a lot of demand. We constantly fight with vacancy. And I think that's a large reason why it's never been developed. There's never been an application on this parcel. I can't speak for why the past owners did or didn't do what they did, but this is our view on it. There's just not a market there. I think when it comes to the self-storage, this is something we studied, and I think the reason you're seeing more applications is because Merced has actually gotten behind. When you look at the typical number of storage units that a city would have per resident, they drop farther behind. And it gets to a point where it gets competitive and pricing gets affected. And I think now you're just seeing that being made up for. We've studied with outside firms and done our own internal study. And even this project won't meet that demand, even considering what's been approved recently, based on those professional studies and our own internal. And I think important to note here is that there's more community that's not represented here tonight, that more neighbors that are not represented. These are the neighbors that we rent space to that need it. They may be downsized and they need that extra space, or they have an extra project, or their business they've downsized. They need a place to put their extra files. There's a lot of community not represented here tonight that needs this. They are our customers now, and we wouldn't be out expanding this down the road if we didn't feel that need from those community members. So that's, I think, another reason to the point of why storage, why now, why all these applications. Did I get every part of the question? Was there?
No, I think so. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So I'll yield for now.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Boyce.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Bender. Just a few questions, just confirming. So you were going to be adjusting the hours of the Simply Space from 7 to 7 instead of the 7 to 10 p.m.?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay.
From 7 to 10 to 7 to 7.
Perfect. Okay. And previously you had 41 units part of this development, but now you are going to move forward with the 35 homes. So you'll be removing the 6 homes.
That's right.
So that would be averaging about 7.8 units per acre. Okay. Entry and exits for the housing development. What does that look like? There's one entrance, one exit.
There are a couple different points. I may let Eric take that question, or do you have others?
Market rate homes?
Okay, yeah.
Will they be market rate homes? And
Yes.
HOA, do you have any other insights of how that would be managed?
Right, there will be an HOA in place to manage. So the owners of these homes will have to self-manage and self-care for their area, which is typically driven a I think, a tidier community within the residential area. And yes, these will be market rate homes. We see these ranging from the 4s up to maybe this tipping into the 600,000s based on where costs are. Those are not confirmed today because we have not finished our estimating, and costs have been going up. And of course, that's market driven, right? But that's where we'd see it today. So, and then the question you had, and I think there was one more question I'll answer for Councilman Smith too, when we're done.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you. So the entrance to the, let's see if I can point here. The main entrance is right there. And then the exit and EV is right there. So there's actually 2 exits and then an EV from this side and then an entrance from Parsons there. So there is not an entrance from there. The main entrance will come through the main gate right there. But there's 2 points.
Thank you.
Yeah, and along that line as well, we've been working with fire and will, as we do on every project. There were comments about fire and there Public Works comments about street widths and things, but we, of course, will work with city standards on those. Were there more, Councilman Boyle?
Just a few. In terms of other options for the property, currently zoned, office, commercial, surgical centers right there on the corner, pretty busy location. Another rookie mistake. Talk about rookie mistakes. I've been doing this. With any other interest or over the years in the existing zoning for office commercial, any medical, any interest that you're aware of from the part of this vacant lot on a busy street in town, a significant corridor? Is there any interest from anyone within the existing zoning, be it medical providers, doctor's offices, anything?
We have not. We have Greystone down the road and the Promenade, and those have been very challenging. We thought early on, years ago, when the hospital was built, it was about the time we built Greystone, and we thought there would be this mad rush of doctors out to Greystone, and it just wasn't the case. They preferred to stay put. I think it's just they're practicing a little different. They're consolidating more their practices into larger facilities, so it's just a different environment for that use, and therefore the demand's been really soft. We just don't see it. Does that address your question?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
And then you mentioned too, there's significant demand in your view for mini storage.
Absolutely.
So why mini storage? I guess that's the next question.
I don't know what drives the demand. I think everybody just has extra stuff and little space, and that's kind of how we've made our living in that business, providing that. As I said, the reason I think there's more demand on a fundamental basis is there just hasn't been enough built to keep up with the pace of growth in Merced over the years, particularly out in this area. And that's what's really driving is household growth that hasn't been kept up with over the years, driving the big push. What drives the demand to individuals is a mix of business needing space. Some businesses have downsized their offices, and they just need a place to put files and whatnot. And others have downsized their homes, or they've moved over, or students are very active because they want a place to have their things and not have to haul them all over. So there's just kind of a myriad, just a bunch of different users on that side.
Okay. Because part of the community concern, part of the concerns I've heard both in this room, obviously, and in other spots as well, is that, no one's ever once came to me of about the, probably 10 million citizen complaints I've heard over the last few years doing this job. No one's ever said, hey, Mayor, we need more mini storage.
Yeah.
We want more, that's where this town's missing. We need more mini storage.
It's kind of...
No, don't applaud.
Yeah.
But that said, the point being, it's not our job. We don't have that. In a private capitalist free market system, we don't, it's not our job to determine what goes here, what goes there. But
yeah, it's probably not on everybody's mind, but it is a need in many people's lives, and that's what drives it. It's not it's not a business you think of. You think of maybe going to get a coffee or going out to dinner. It's things you want more of, but it is certainly maybe, it's not a business that comes to mind, but it is a business that's needed by so many folks in the community.
Big concern was activity, traffic.
Yeah.
How much, I'm sure you've done detailed studies, how much traffic would a mini storage, would you anticipate to get? You have 500 units open 12 hours a day.
Well, the answer is pretty quiet. If any of you have ever had storage units, it probably wasn't your weekly stop. It's something that people put their thing, the clients or tenants will put their things in and come once a month or maybe once every 6 months. It's just not, it's not something you frequent like a coffee shop. So the traffic is very quiet.
How many car trips do you estimate a day?
I don't know the exact answer. I know the study of the project itself dropped the overall demand.
20 a day. What's that?
So about 20 a day, is what I'm hearing.
Okay. And
so far less than what it would have been at the existing use. Yeah.
And it's video surveillance, gated, what security measures do you have there?
Absolutely, all the above you just mentioned. And our team is around, when they're there, they're constantly making rounds and walking the property and keeping it clean. Knock on wood, we've just had, I can't remember a complaint or an issue with that we had to call the police or any. It's just a quiet use. There's not a lot of opportunity for that to happen with a self-storage. And it kind of gets back to a question I forgot to answer on Mr. Smith's side. We do think about those things when we design the facility, that there's not corners and places for people to hide, that it's clean. The architecture, again, here, we take that serious as we did on the first one. I think sometimes when you think of self-storage, some Corten metal comes to mind, and some of these less quality products, this is not what we have in mind here. It's a high quality elevation to fit the streetscape at the level or right with the level of the surgery center there.
Okay. The Yosemite R project, is that a decent view or kind of a sense of what this is going to?
It is. Given the fact it's 20 years old, we will obviously step forward with more modern architecture on this site is our plan. But yes, in terms of the quality and the execution and how we go about caring for a facility, that's a great example of what Amanda and her team do every day to keep it nice and part of the neighborhood. So.
Okay. And then one last series of questions. I think a common concern that was made and a valid concern from the part of the people living on the north end of Ahwahnee towards the end of the cul-de-sac on Ahwahnee Court, lots 11 to 17 being two-story, and issues potentially with privacy issues and two questions. One, the ability to make those one story if possible or if necessary, and then two, the line of redwoods that's pictured right there.
Right.
Is there, given that there's an HOA, given that there's probably gonna be common areas that are maintained, is there a way to assuage some of the concerns of the neighbors by essentially making these part of a common area? Fencing, I don't know if you'd fence them off or not, but in a way making it such that you couldn't cut those trees down.
Yeah, given the fact they would be in a private yard, I don't know how the HOA would go about controlling that. That's sort of, I guess through the CC&Rs you could, that somebody has to maintain their yard to that extent.
Yeah.
But mandating kind of what they do with their yard is difficult.
Is there a way either, and again, kind of an off-the-wall question, but to either, one, put those in the CCRs where people can't cut them down, absent, obviously some sort of significant issue like a health and safety issue.
Yeah.
Or two, having them as part of some sort of common area, which would be maintained by the HOA, so that the HOA would have control over it.
I'd have to defer that question to our council. Maybe there's a way to address that in the CC&Rs and the HOA. But while they're thinking of that, the other question on the single story, it becomes more challenging to put a single story on this. Mr. Clendenin had pointed out a point that we somewhat agree on, is that the tree is large, and to have that, it takes up part of the yard, which if you put a single story, they tend to, because they're using more of the ground, they tend to push back toward that tree. And that's why we felt that that would be a case. We will call for a mix there. So it could be that if we end up with a single that we can have fit there, there might be singles. It's not, we'd like it to be a mix.
Got it. So 11 to 17.
Not just all two-story from 11 to 17, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but again, that's the challenge we will face, keeping those trees, is the depth of the home. Where the two-story has a 30, I think our typical has a 31, almost 32-foot setback from the fence to the home, allowing room for a yard and the tree.
Okay. And do you have any idea right now, is from 11 to 17, how many would you anticipate would be single-story? How many would be second-story? Two-story?
I don't. That's sort of market-driven, what our customers would prefer. I think it'd probably be safe to say half and half. I mean, as a rule of thumb, just to provide some variation in the streetscape as we plot it out.
All right. That's it for me. Did council give you any answer to my silly question about the redwood trees?
Mayor, Council, Matt Kiesling here on behalf of the applicant. I have seen CC&Rs crafted in a way that ensure that there's a visual blockade, a landscape visual block that you can put in where they're required to maintain, and that if you're going to remove the tree, similar to other HOA requests, if you're going to make modifications, you have to take it to the HOA and have a justification for why. Such ones you mentioned, if it's diseased or if it's dying, but it requires actually the community to authorize the removal of that with an understanding that underlying there's a need to have a visual block through landscaping. So you can build those in.
Okay. All right. Additional questions? Councilor Smith.
So I actually have some questions for staff. If we can
Yeah,
get-
we'll get anybody else from the public, Jennifer? I think that was it.
That was all we had, Mayor.
Okay. Any additional questions for the applicant? Okay, seeing no more questions, it is now 8:32, and we'll close the public hearing and bring it back to council for discussion and action. Councilor Smith.
Thank you. I'll give Ms. Renteria a chance to get back up here. So 2 questions. I feel pretty confident this is directed your way. We heard some discussion about questionable environmental findings in the planning department's CEQA review of this project. Would you agree? Is there anything you want to point council to, or what's your view on our CEQA review of this project?
The staff did prepare an initial study, which is an attachment in the admin report. The initial study was conducted based on studies the applicant provided, which include the VMT, level of service, and air quality, which are all part of the report. The initial study did indicate the proposed is less than significant environmental-wise.
So is it negative mitigation?
No mitigations.
No mitigation. Is that both for both parts of the project, residential and self-storage?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. And my next question, and maybe this is directed at our city attorney, maybe it's not, but in your experience, heard some discussion about, for lack of a better term, wanting to control the mix of owners and renters and in-town buyers and out-of-town buyers. Are you familiar with anything that this council can do to set proportionality on who purchases units?
I believe that would be a city attorney question.
Okay.
That concerns me. I'm not aware of how to control the residency of the person buying the property.
Okay. I'm not either.
Can I jump in real quick about that concern?
Please.
So if there's an HOA, usually HOAs, they can have rules and regulations based on the percentages of renters allowed within the community. I live in a HOA community, and we have a cap of how many renters are allowed for our homes. So it is doable, but it comes down to the HOA of what they would want to do. But, so it is doable.
Okay. Well, thank you. That's all the questions I had.
Thank you, Councilmember Smith. Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. Somehow, Mr. Clendenin, you read my mind, because I'm thinking about the number of proposed changes, the fact that the elevations have changed, a lot of the discussion, and I'm seriously leaning to send it back to the Planning Commission for further discussions, contingent on some community meetings, and to keep the discussion going. I'd like to hear from several other council members on that. Thank you.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem Boyle.
Well, I clicked that so I can chime in about the percentage of renters. I think for me, I'm kind of that wild card because I do live in a gated community with one exit, one entrance. We have 72 units, 13 to 1,500 square feet homes, 2-story. And I will say it's one of the, it's quiet, it's attractive, and it's one of the it's very highly desirable place to live in. I'm asked many times from other people, do you know of anyone selling their unit? And this is kind of how I envision the housing development is these are smaller lots, but there are people out there looking to downsize. And so that's how I envision it. I'm trying to see. I'm sorry, I was not prepared to go fully into my comments just then. Looking at the renderings, I do think they are done tastefully. I don't, knowing that they will be market rate as well. Like myself, I have full control of my patio, but I have 4 cypress trees that are along, and I will never remove them because we live in the Central Valley, and it provides my unit adequate shade. So I hope that if this does pass, those homes that are over there, I hope that they do not remove those because I feel that that's just an extra incentive to them. I might have more comments afterwards, but just initial right there.
Thank you. Additional comments from council? I know we've been going for 2.5 hours now. Take a brief break or continue with the discussion?
I'm for taking a break.
Okay. Call a 5-minute recess. 10 minutes, we'll say, or let's say 8 minutes. We'll resume at 8:45. We'll restart in 1 minute. Restart in 1 minute. All right, we'll bring the meeting back to order. We'll call the meeting back to order to resume council discussion. Paging Ronnie DeAnda. Paging Councilmember DeAnda. Nope, it's true.
We lost Frank too.
Ready? He's All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to resume. All right. All right, back to council to continue discussions. We'll discuss the item and then, if possible, reach some sort of resolution tonight. Any additional comments at this time from council? I can jump in. If not, Councilmember Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is the time of the year as we come up on the next election when people call me and they say, you know, hey, I'm thinking about running for city council. And my response is, so you want to be on city council, huh? I'll start with the conclusion. I'll give you some feedback, and then I will go back to the conclusion. This is in my district. I think you deserve to hear from me. But I want to start, and I apologize for not doing this 2 hours ago. I think we probably all need to do some disclosures, but I want to disclose that I met with a number of people who have an interest in this issue. On the neighborhood side, I've had conversations with Dr. Lee Basie, with Tom Clendenin, with Deneen Berry, and with Robert Denuzzo. And Robert and I worked together a little bit when I was on the Merced City School District Board. On the applicant side, I've had conversations with Todd Bender and Eric Gonzalez, and I would say that I've probably had a total of 5 or 6 hours of conversations with them, in addition to reading all of your emails over the last several days, and probably the time was split pretty evenly between the two sides. Where I'm currently thinking, team, is I'm going to come down on creating a record and giving some guidance and sending this back to Planning Commission after giving the applicants some time to revise their proposal. But I think it's important to make some observations so that everybody is not working on a blank slate, you know, if you agree with me that that's the right step to go. Number one, it would be easier to think about this analytically and also emotionally if the self-storage was not tied to the housing proposal. But it is what it is, so we'll march into it. On the self-storage, I agree with all of you. We're becoming a town of tire stores, dollar stores, and maybe even self-storage units, gas stations, convenience stores. I don't want to profess to say that I know enough about the market for self-storage, but I do think it is true that commercial office space is not in demand like it used to be. And I'm with you in wanting to see UC Merced's Prime program become a full-on medical school that drives doctors and nurses and medical professionals to Merced, but I'm not seeing it today. In fact, when my family was being recruited so my wife could take a professor job at 2012, they told me that the medical school was right around the corner. So I'm a little skeptical I would prefer to see a robust medical establishment in Merced, but I don't know that we should be waiting for it. I would agree with the sentiment that this is a prime parcel, that our neighborhood there would be better served by some mixed-use commercial space, perhaps. And I say that from somebody who lives in Davenport Ranch. So I drive past these two parcels we're talking about probably 2 or 3 times a day. I took my daughter to Burbank Elementary School for 6 years, driving past these parcels. I know exactly what you're talking about. But on the other hand, if the neighborhood's concern is noise and traffic, a well-run self-storage unit is quiet, and it has fewer vehicle trips per day than a residence. And I've not seen the one-day traffic study that was done for this property. I don't know if it's sufficient, but this council has had a chance to look at a proposed self-storage unit on Olive behind Burbank School. And our staff concluded there would be far fewer car trips per day in and out of a self-storage unit than a multi-unit housing. So I think if the goal is a quiet and peaceful area, self-storage might be the way to go. In terms of the housing, I mean, this is a tricky one. So we're not painting on a blank slate, right? The decision to grow and change Merced was made in 1995, 96, when community leaders went out and got the UC. And we've been moving towards this point, and change is hard, and change is coming for our neighborhood. But the reality is that Yosemite is becoming a commercial corridor. The fact that this development may or may not comport with the Merced 2030 vision plan, that's probably correct. But that plan dates to what, 2012? Before UC really got going. We're undergoing a general plan update right now, and my opinion is that the general plan update should have already happened. So Merced is changing, Merced is growing. This is a new style of housing. I heard Mr. DiNuzzo talk about medical offices on Herndon. Herndon is also lined with rows of these 2-story row houses. This is sort of what consumers expect. It's in Livermore, it's all over the Bay Area, it's in Sacramento. Merced is changing, and this might be how we're changing. I think there's a possibility, if these units are in fact of the quality build the developer says, that this could anchor your neighborhood. Why do I say that? Not just because of the gate, but if these are expensive units, that's going to be sort of a buffer on the corner of Oakmont. We're not hearing that this is going to be a different kind of development other than single-family homes. I am concerned about the direct impact to all of you. I wouldn't want a house all of a sudden thrown up 2 stories behind my bedroom or my pool. Now, we have to recognize that it's currently zoned commercial. They can put up a 2 or 3-story commercial just as well as a residence. But I understand there's a more personal aspect to having a home behind you, behind your home. So I am pleased and I'm in favor of changes to the plan that would require there be single-family homes along the empty lot line. And if something could be done to maintain those very beautiful, very old growth redwoods so that there is a buffer if and when those lots did become 2 stories. I think that the developer has made some concessions tonight, and frankly, it's all happening kind of in a blur, and I'm still thinking about it. But I will say, in having talked to both sides of this issue, until I got involved, I will say there was a breakdown in communication. And I don't know why that happened, and I'm going to take everybody out of it, but I'm glad that over the last 3-4 days, there's been a chance for people to talk. And I'll let them talk about what they spoke about. That's going to be up to them. But I think some of these concessions by the developer are directly because of conversations he had with people representing the neighborhood. So that's kind of my non-binding guidance on the project. I don't put a lot in concerns about the environmental review. I don't put a lot in needing council to somehow control the mix of people who would buy into the development. I do want to talk about the Planning Commission decision. And this is as much as anything why I'm in favor of giving it back to the Planning Commission. So last night I stayed up late. I watched the tape of the April 9th Planning Commission meeting that you all were at. You were very effective presenters. But then I watched the Planning Commission's deliberation, and I was a little bit disappointed. And I say that with complete respect. I think we've got two planning commissioners who are here tonight. I'm sitting in between two former planning commissioners. But what I saw was a determination that council's going to make the decision anyway, and they weren't sure about the self-storage, and this was their way out of it. And I'm sorry if that is blunt, but that's what I saw. That's not a 7-0 decision that I think created the record that the Planning Commission is supposed to create, so that our job is to make sure that the facts align with basically our ordinances. We're having to do a lot more of the question asking and creating the factual record than we should. So given that there is a potentially revised proposal, given that Planning Commission, I think, deserves to do their job of creating that factual record, asking those questions with the benefit of the new plan, there'll be a much cleaner and better decision for council to make if we allow that process to happen. So again, if we have to make a decision tonight, I think I can make it. But I would prefer to see us grant the appeal solely to remand to the Planning Commission in full view of our discussion and the factual findings made tonight, and ask them to reconsider any revised proposal the applicant might wish to move forward. And informally, I would encourage the developer and the community to keep talking. Because just like in litigation, we'll make a decision, but I would prefer that you guys come to a decision that you can all live with. I'll pause there and listen to my colleagues.
Councilman Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilman Smith, that was very well stated. I came to council after 7 years on the Planning Commission, 5 on its chair, as its chair. There was an occasion where a unanimous vote by the Planning Commission was overturned by the City Council. I wish it had been remanded back to Planning Commission because we didn't have all the information at the time. I think enough things have changed from what I've seen tonight to send it back to the Planning Commission so they can continue to do their job with more information. There's a lot of progress, I think, that's been made. I second Councilman Smith's request that more dialogue takes place and more communications takes place. I was kind of shocked by the fact that there were no community meetings when we had the project at Yosemite and McKee. There were at least 3 separate large community meetings that the developer held, and they were very positive in nature. So I would encourage that. And like Councilman Smith, I'm prepared to make a decision tonight, but I would encourage us to send it back to the Planning Commission for additional discussions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Additional comments? Okay. Councilman Jean, like you're moving the hand. All right, do it. Councilman Jean.
So I'm sure folks already know I'm not fond of gated communities. Right? I don't support gated communities. I don't like that this doesn't have any sort of affordable multifamily units on there. I know that this council has approved multiple, or let's say 2, mini storage in the city as well. I want to say they're very similar neighborhoods. One's a school, a park, a church right next to each other. And so I don't really see that as a major obstacle. But with regards to the residential side of things, I want to see the neighborhood to not be a gated community. I want to include affordable multifamily units. And so I wouldn't support this going back to the Planning Commission. I think that is too much of a substantial change. And so I would move forward with denying this appeal and then having them resubmit with substantial changes with regards to the residential side of things.
Okay. Thank you, sir. All right. A lot of things said so far. I think it's really important to note that the Oakmont neighborhood is one of the most desirable neighborhoods and really a great neighborhood in this town, and we want to keep it that way. It's important for us to maintain these really high-quality, desirable neighborhoods, and I think we all appreciate everybody who's here fighting for their community, fighting for their neighborhoods, doing their best to to maintain it and keep it as nice as possible. That it takes courage, takes organization to come here, but we have to balance, as we do, the general impact to the public versus the private property rights too of property owners and developers as well. I think we can make mistakes when we overplay our hand in a sense and let the perfect be the enemy of the good. Sometimes I think we can make mistakes too if we're not realistic enough and if your expectations get too high. So it's important for us to be realistic but also to make sure we have a good project. I've heard at length here from in this chambers tonight. Also, as was mentioned, like other council members as well, over the past probably month or two, heard a lot about this project as well. Mostly people expressing a desire that it not go forward to me personally. So there's been a lot of discussion and comment. Had the opportunity to meet with the applicants in a prior occasion as well. I think, but I think on balance, there's something good here. There's a good project here. I mean, it could come with some negative implications for especially the people living on the north end of Ahwahnee, but I think the developers made significant efforts to mitigate that, and I think we can continue to do so. There's an enormous need for housing in this state. It's the #1 issue every year in the state legislature. Every year the legislature passes 100 laws designed to spur housing growth and create more housing. Most of the time it doesn't work, but it's an enormous issue, and we have a vacant lot on one of the busier streets in town, an 8-acre vacant lot on Yosemite in the city of Merced, which is last year the first, if not the second fastest growing, one of the first or second fastest growing city in the state. So we're a fast growing city, and there's a need for housing, a need for more development as well. I think certainly no one up here wants to or thinks, a mini storage is this really exciting, appealing development. I don't think anybody on this council tried to get elected saying we're going to bring more mini storages to the city of Merced. But we have to step back and let the market dictate to an extent, especially in a free market system. We don't necessarily have that power to say you're going to put this here, put that there. We have to respect the business owners who are willing to invest, who are willing to risk their capital, and give them a decent amount of deference as well. But we also at the same time have to make sure that the project is high quality, especially given its location as well. I think, contrary to what Councilmember Zhang said, I think a project being gated is a plus. It allows for better security. And from our end too, it allows for more issues in terms of maintenance to be handled internally and usually provide better upkeep and better maintenance as well. There's a lot of examples all across town of similar developments which are very attractive and very desirable. You can think of a similar complex kind of just off M Street at the end of St. Street, St. Philip, and all those streets. There's a little gated complex in there, which is really nice. Condo complex in Ferentz Park, right there at the end as well. A variety of other projects as well. Paulson, both the southwest and the southeast corner of Paulson, they're smaller unit homes as well too, which are very nice as well. So there's, just because the lots are smaller doesn't necessarily mean that it's not going to be a really high quality project. So again, echoing, I'm ready to rule or ready to decide tonight. I think, I would tend to say we approve it, but subject to some of the conditions that are designed to address a lot of the very valid concerns that are made, or else two, I don't think sending it back to the Planning Commission is an unreasonable request either. I think that could be done. It's obviously going to be, we're going to be back here again in a couple months doing the same thing, but I think we all signed up for this. We're all prepared for it. And and applaud our council members as well. It's just having done this for a long time too, oftentimes we're in the room and there's a lot of pressure on us to decide one way or another. And I just compliment our council members for not for handling this in a very respectful and even-handed way. So those are my comments. Councilmember Smith, was that a new comment? Proceed, sir.
So a point that I forgot to make in my colloquy. I do have some concern that there are consequences to leaving this parcel undeveloped. I mean, I've seen in my neighborhood and by Crookshank Middle School, as there's more and more commercial development, there's more and more transient vagrancy, nuisance, and graffiti. And I will just share with you, I was in federal court this morning in Sacramento, and I stopped by this parcel on my way to the house. And I got out of the car, and I don't know if the neighbors have noticed this, but I mean, people have been sleeping and eating and apparently doing controlled substances under those trees. So I would be concerned that this would continue to be a magnet for that kind of activity. And I'll put in a direct request to the city manager now for maybe some cleanup in the next couple of days. But I think we need to think about leaving this site vacant much longer as well. Back to the mayor's point, I mean, I'd be ready to rule, but I just feel like there's been some pretty sizable changes proposed by the developer and some further requests by the community. I think it's a little too haphazard just to approve subject to amendments. I think we need to give everybody a chance to reset the table, and I'm happy to do it again and do it right.
Okay. And directing a community meeting too might be a good idea as well.
Yeah, I'd be in favor of that.
All right, any further comments, or what is the will of the council?
I'll make a motion to grant the appeal for the purpose of remanding it to Planning Commission, subject to our discussion and the developer's proposed concessions.
Second.
Could I ask also direct staff to help organize a community meeting as well?
Directing staff to work with me to organize a community meeting in the next, I'll say, 20 days.
Stat. Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
City Attorney Cornwell.
Council, I'd just like to state that the motion would be modifying the recommendation of the Planning Commission, in effect modifying the recommendation consistent with the code.
Okay.
I'll amend my motion to say that as well.
Will you amend your second?
Agreed.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any additional discussion? Okay, hearing none, Jennifer will call for the question.
And just to clarify, we're not adopting any resolutions or ordinances, right? Okay, perfect. So I have a motion by Councilmember Smith and a second by Councilmember Harris. Mayor and council, please cast your votes.
Your turn to vote, Ronnie. We're punting it back to the Planning Commission. No.
I'm Ronnie DeAnda. I grew up in Merced. This has been my town since I was a little kid. I wasn't born here.
Councilmember, if I could, it's the vote to either yes or no on the motion that Councilmember Smith made and Councilmember Harris seconded, which was to
See, I make these kind of mistakes all the time. And I keep coming back.
So,
you know, sometimes, and I'm sure everybody's gone through this at some time or other, you wonder, do I really do this or do I not do this? I ran for the city council 4 years ago, just about 4 years ago. And I did it because my neighborhood was not very happy with councilman that we had at the time, my side of town, period. Not
Councilor
just my
Dan, if I can
neighborhood.
interrupt. There'll be time at the end for comment, but right now it's just to vote on the motion, which is to, if I'm getting the exact language wrong, Craig,
I
correct
didn't know
me.
you were talking, what you were talking about.
So it's just, we're waiting for your vote on the motion made by Councilmember Smith, which would,
The motion that we had on, I still don't get you.
okay. Which, the motion would be to, essentially, you want to, the exact language is to modify, go ahead, Craig.
Modify the recommendation of the Planning Commission to reconsider applicant's proposal given the recent changes to the project.
I'm still not getting you. I don't quite understand what you want.
The public hearing
Public hearing on,
that we just had,
with the building.
Exactly.
Is
Yep.
that what you want to hear?
Yeah. So-
Okay, I served on the planning commission too at one time. And sometimes, you have to make those hard calls and look at what do you want out of this? What's my community going to be like if we make the wrong mistake? I would say right now that we, as a council, should stick with the planning commission's choice. There's a lot of work that goes into that.
Okay, everybody, please keep it down, please. All right, everybody, please keep it down, all right? Nobody's, right, so that's a no vote if, to the motion.
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
okay. Jennifer, could you note a no vote from Councilmember Dan? Okay.
Okay, the motion passes with Councilmember Zhang and Deanda voting no.
Okay. Thanks, Jennifer.
And, I'm sorry, and Councilmember DuPont recusing himself.
Okay. All right. I want to thank everybody for a good discussion. Thank you, everybody, for being here tonight. Okay, we'll proceed. We'll give everybody a chance to file out if they like. If not, we'll proceed with our action items, item J.
Okay,
Let's close this thing up.
Give you guys a couple minutes to file out.
I brought it up in drive just in case.
Please be respectful.
now we're waiting for them. Okay, agenda item J, action items. J1, selection of logo for the general plan update and downtown station area plan.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. I'm Leah Brown for the Planning Division. I'm with Johnny Land. We are your project managers for the for the general plan update and the downtown station area plan, along with Frank Quintero. And tonight we have before you a couple of logos. And I wanted to show you what was first presented to us, and then kind of how we whittled it down to the choices that you have in front of you tonight. So this was kind of the first blush of what was given to us by our consultant. So the consultant, as part of their scope, was to design a logo for the general plan update. Keep in mind, this is not to replace the city logo. It was meant specifically to advertise the general plan update and the downtown station area plan. A couple features that when staff sat down and we looked at this, we wanted to replace the iconic symbol at UC with something more specific to the city of Merced as a whole. The coloring was meant to create visual consistency with the city logo. And I'm going to get to the last ones here. So on each of the two that we have in the staff report, you'll see the tree imagery, and that is to represent the overall Tree City USA. And between A and option 1 and 2, you'll see the trees in both. You'll also notice that there's a significant, 2 of the 6 trees are palm trees because of the amount of palm trees we have in the city, specifically right down our street here, all the way to the courthouse. You'll also notice the moving train is in both option 1 and 2. And again, that's a representation of what's to come with the downtown station area plan. And then, of course, we have the downtown theater symbol, which again ties together the idea of our current logo and, oops, sorry about that, and this logo specific to the general plan. And then you'll also see a little icon there for Laura's Fountain, and that replaces the symbol that our consultants kind of presented to us at first. We thought this was more appropriate to the city as a whole. And so that's why we've whittled it down to these couple of choices here. I apologize, this one's a little bit grainy, but the final, if you were to choose this, would be high quality. And that is how we came up with the 2 options here before you tonight. And that's what we've got. Any thoughts?
All right, thoughts? Councilor DuPont.
I'm glad that I can rejoin the party. Couple things. Did we get any input from Arts Commission or others in the arts community about the logo?
We did not.
Okay. Couple things. So I come from the sports world, and one of the things that we talk about is when you look good, you feel good, you play good. This is kind of boring to me. When we look at this image and we're imagining what the future of Merced looks like, while I understand the picking of the coloring because it matches what the city logo is, it's boring to me. It doesn't speak any type of passion or when you look at a logo and you look at, we're talking about a general plan update, we want that passion. We want that, it jumps out. It's going to be on every single marketing tool that you use, every single flyer. This is going to be seen by the public, and it just doesn't speak to me as this is the future of Merced. It speaks, we're going to be doing the same thing over and over. So I think as well as the train is half of the logo, at least the top portion. And then we have one section here is the train logo. I get it because we're doing the downtown area plan. But let's be honest, the train may not be here during this general plan update. It doesn't speak Merced to me. It speaks maybe a future of Merced. And that's a huge maybe. So I think this needs to be reimagined. I think this needs to be back to the drawing board of where we're at, because it just does, when I think about general plan, when I think about the next 10, 15, 20 years, it doesn't speak Merced to me.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Boyle.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I have some of the same concerns what Councilmember DuPont just mentioned. During our joint session, I brought this up as well, saying, is there going to be a different logo? And I was under the understanding that we were going to be presented with some more options. And then when I saw this part of the packet, I was very disappointed. I don't think it illustrates Merced. I understand the colors, but we have millions of dollars going into our airport, and I feel like that's just another area of transportation that will bring people to Merced. Another thing that I was very frustrated with is if you look at the presentation from the joint session planning with the Planning Commission, this image right here is a carbon copy of the same one that they use for Los Gaudos. So I just feel that the amount of money that we are spending for this general plan update and the money that we're paying for this consultant, that's it. Like, that's all they're going to give us. Even after my comments on June 25th, I had individuals coming up to me saying, I agree with you. This just doesn't scream like, what is the future of Merced? And I think it's just not that excitement that's needed. So I'm hoping that there could be some quick turnaround time, that something else can come up. But yeah, just not very happy with this. I mean, my passion is branding, and this just doesn't scream Merced. I love Merced. I want Merced to grow. So those are my comments.
Councilmember Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So can you tell we're blowing off steam?
It's totally fine.
Nobody goes to me for my sense of style. I thought the first one was on the right track. It's a little, this is the world of the future. I think the fact that the town we know leads to the train is sort of geared more towards the high-speed rail authority than the town of Merced. I think there's a role for the Arts Commission, maybe a subcommittee of the Arts Commission real quick to get some feedback. But I want to drill down on something that Mayor Pro Tem Boyle said. I welcome the opportunity to have this conversation about something that is not mission critical. Is council and the Planning Commission gave direction, I thought, at our joint meeting about the logo. Or at least we're highly skeptical that we were on the right track with it. And 2 weeks later, we got these designs that were exactly the same that we saw 2 weeks ago. So I heard pretty clearly from Mayor Pro Tem Boyle the same exact thing she just said a couple of minutes ago. So I'm not trying to play gotcha up here, but I think that I raised concerns that the original plan from the consultants who are being paid a lot of money, and I know they're excellent, but they want to give us a quick unveil and then give us the plan at the end. That's not acceptable to me. And so I want to make sure that we're still involving council in the decision-making process along the way. I don't know what I'm supposed to take away from this, but I would have thought that we'd at least would have seen like an airplane over the train or something. But I expressed no opinion on the artistic value. I'm looking straight at Colton Dennis back there to save us in that regard.
Councilman Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, Lord knows I didn't come from Madison Avenue, and I'm not an artist by any means, but I do know what I'd like, and I know that when I see a logo, the more successful ones in my mind are simple. They take your focus right to it. I don't go looking at each specific image going, oh, this is a truck, this is a train, this is a tree. You focus in on something that stands out, and I'm not seeing that here. I think we can improve on it. I would love to see the Arts Commission get involved. I'd love to see a contest of submit your design, you can win a prize. Get to attend one meeting of the council. Second prize, you get to go to 2 meetings. Third prize, you don't have to. Anyway, that's my thoughts on that. I think we need to be more focused to what a logo really should accomplish. Thank you.
Councilor Jean.
I echo my colleagues as well. The logos here are kind of bland. I'm not fond of the mustard yellow color. Yeah, and I agree with having the Arts Commission putting something together, right? Instead of having a consultant do the work, having somebody with actual boots on the grounds doing art design this. I would, maybe I'm biased here because it's in my district, but I would include the UC as part of this in terms of imagining the growth of the city. A lot of our annexations up north near the UC. And so I would like to see that in here. I do find it a little bit odd with the fountain simply because, I mean, it took community funding for us to even fix that fountain. And so I think it's a little weird for us to be saying, hey, we take pride in having this fountain, and yet at the same time, we weren't willing to fix it. So that's just my thoughts about it.
City Manager McBride. Save the day.
I don't think there's any saving this at this point, but I do appreciate all the dialogue. Just a couple points I wanted to make. We heard everyone on the 25th. That's why we wanted to make sure we had everything that we received from the consultant. So in terms of our process to get something on the agenda, the 25th to today is not a lot of time, right? You had a short week with the holiday for the 4th of July. Everything is due in the clerk's office by the 27th to get on the agenda for today. There just isn't time to get new artwork generated for tonight's meeting. So our goal was to show you everything we had to see if there's anything different you might have liked. Obviously, that's not the case, and that's perfectly fine. What I'm hoping we can at least do tonight is maybe talk about a process that might work to get community involvement or another group to get you on the right path. I will say this process can be very subjective. If you looked at the city of Visalia, they spent a year and hundreds of thousands of dollars on a logo and got nowhere. They got ridiculed. People lost their job over it. It's not a good process. The goal is to get you a general plan update and a station area plan. We want to get a logo that people can identify as part of the project. I'm totally open to coming up with something that works for all of you. This is a hard project to kind of do that and also work on this at the same time. So I'm hoping tonight, give us input on maybe a process to work on this concurrently that you think can make sense. If it's working with the arts group, fantastic. If it's working with the new group you're going to appoint tonight as part of the process, maybe that's a good task for them as well. With the consultant, we'd like your honest feedback about a process to work on it. I don't think there's anything in the palette tonight you can choose from you're going to like, but let's get a path forward that we can get you something you're going to be comfortable with going forward.
What's the deadline, Scott? What's the time frame?
Mayor, I don't know if you have a time frame for this. I mean, obviously, the quicker you have some logo on your website and all your material, the better. We're going to start generating that material pretty quickly, so as soon as we can, the better. But I don't want to have anything out there that you're not comfortable with, so that's the timeline.
Okay. Lee, any preference on the?
No, just to let you know that the website is live, and currently the city logo is on there, and it would stay on there until you decide to have a different logo. So if there's any direction, I'm hearing involving the Arts Council, which I would love to do, just to kind of, in terms of where we're at, we met today with our consultants, and at the end of the month, they will be inviting, that's our stakeholders meeting, I believe. They're inviting community-based organizations for a stakeholders meeting. And so we had a long list of organizations, and they'll be reaching out. I know for certain Mr. Dennis is on there from the Arts Council. And so that will be happening soon. They created a newsletter that's on the website, and they would love to put a specific logo on there. But really, it's going to take the time that it takes. We want you to get something that everyone's comfortable with, that makes us proud to be a part of the process.
Okay. Yes, sir.
If I could add, the art subcommittee meets tomorrow. We could definitely bring this to them tomorrow and get some feedback if that'd be acceptable to the council.
Yeah, the city council art subcommittee. You said?
No, I believe it's the actual art subcommittee. The real one.
Oh,
Sorry. Not the council, the real one.
no, I was getting a little nervous there. I thought, so you're talking about the Arts and Culture Advisory Committee?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
It's already getting late, isn't it?
Yeah, seriously. All right. Is there support for that? To Councilmember DuPont's next to refer to the Arts and Culture Advisory Commission?
Yes, I mean, I think that's an appropriate idea to use that subcommittee to provide some ideas of what the logo would look like. I agree with Councilmember Zhang in including UC Merced or a portion of UC Merced in the logo as well. They're part of our growth and the future of Merced, especially being newly in the city limits. So I would agree to having this go to the Arts Council, and I don't have any problem after the Arts Council going to either the Citizens Advisory Group or coming back to council, whatever council's desire is.
Okay. What about including a mini storage facility on there? Is that too soon? Too soon. Too soon, all right. Councilor Smith. Too soon.
I'm trying not to laugh. I mean, I think, look, we just need a logo that we can take ownership of. I don't know that we need to overprocess it. I mean, the city manager is correct. We shouldn't let this be a gating item, but I think there has to be an honest effort to actually create that logo that we can want to own.
Yeah.
So I'm in favor of letting the Arts Commission come up with something, and we basically just sort of ratify it.
Okay. And looking back at Mr. Dennis, he seems excited just to look on his face to be able to. Okay. So if there's support for sending it to the Arts and Culture Advisory Commission and have them work on something, I would support that as well. Mayor Pro Tem Boyle.
Yeah, I support that, and also incorporating somehow something that represent the UC.
Okay. Is there a motion to that effect?
Motion.
Second.
Jennifer, no requests to speak from the public?
We don't have anything, Mayor. So I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Boyle and a second by Councilmember DuPont. Mayor and council, please cast your votes.
Yes or no, whatever your heart tells you.
Okay, and the motion passes unanimously.
Okay, J2, Jennifer.
Okay, agenda item J2, request by the Tourism Business Improvement District Steering Committee to the City Council to adopt the slate of the Board of Directors for the Tourism Business Improvement District.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. Amanda.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The TBID Formation Committee is requesting approval of the slated Board of Directors for the TBID that was approved December of last year. This approval allows for the bylaw formation, services, and the daily operations to proceed. As the board is listed, there is one vacant spot available to city staff should council decide to elect and appoint. Council may consider either directly appointing a staff member, authorizing the city manager to appoint the staff member, or decline having a staff member serve on the TBID Board of Directors. If the council considers appointing a staff member, the individual should not be in a major decision-making role, such as the charter officers. And then I also do have a letter attached to the report from the chair, Robin Donovan, and I think we also have a representative for the TBID as well, if there's any questions.
Okay. Questions? Okay, Jennifer, anything from the public?
We don't have anything, Mayor.
Okay, so two items. One is the Board of Directors, Robin Donovan, Sean Williams, Tiffany Gomes, and Nitin Kumar. And also the city can appoint a board member. Mr. McBride, the two options as outlined in the report were either we directly appoint, one, we directly appoint a city official, two, we do not, or three, we give direction to the city manager and give authorization to the city manager to appoint. Okay, is there a preference by the council to either we directly appoint a city staff member, we do not, or we delegate authority to Mr. McBride to do so. Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. I say we we delegate the city manager to make the decision.
Okay. Discussion on that. Mayor Pro Tem Boyle.
I would like to appoint Rhett Williams.
Okay. Councilmember DuPont.
I would join in that request.
Okay. Turning to Mr. McBride, your thoughts on either giving you the authority or the availability and willingness of Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Mayor. That's council's discretion, obviously. One thing I would suggest is you may want to appoint a position, not a person. If the position becomes vacant, we want to be able to take the next person that occupies the position and put them in there. That's just one thing you might want to consider.
Okay. Do we know if Mr. Williams is interested?
I haven't discussed it with them.
Okay. Have either of you discussed? Okay. Do we know if he has any expertise in tourism marketing?
I think we would hope that he does. He's the airport manager in the sense of tourism and transportation. So that's my comment.
Additional thoughts?
I would support requesting that Mr. Williams take that role, and if he's unavailable or otherwise uninterested, then in defaulting to City Manager McBride making the decision. So we don't have to reconsider this.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay. All right. Councilmember Harris.
Put that in the form of a motion.
Okay. Appointment of Airport Manager Rhett Williams as the city official, and if he is unwilling or otherwise unable, then City Manager McBride would then have the authority to appoint.
Are you saying it by name or by position?
I think, yeah, but appointing the airport manager.
Thank you.
To the TBID Board of Directors, and then if for whatever reason that doesn't work, then delegating the authority, then to City Manager McBride will have the authority. Okay?
Correct.
Second.
And just to note, are we also approving recommendation A and C along with that?
We'll take, we just did the motion
Want
there.
to
We'll
do
take this one
separate?
first
Okay.
and we'll come back.
Okay, so I have a motion by Councilmember Harris and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Boyle. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, the motion passes unanimously.
Okay. And then with respect to A and C, this is the TBID Board. Is there a motion with regards to A and C?
Motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Harris and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Boyle. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Mr. Deanda, for your vote. Okay, the motion passes with Councilmember Zhang voting no. Okay, agenda item J3, adoption of a resolution to apply for an authorization to accept, if awarded, the Environmental Enhancement and Mitigation Grant not to exceed $750,000 from State of California Natural Resources Agency to plant a native drought-tolerant urban forest at General Bing Powell Park to mitigate environmental impacts of the North Transit Hub, a regional transportation facility.
Thank you, Jennifer. All right, Mr. Jensen.
Good evening, Council. I'm Chris Jensen, Parks and Community Services Director. Before you this evening for your consideration is an application that we're hoping to put forward with CPPG. This is one of the grants that was reported to you earlier that we had applied for last year. We did receive feedback from the State Department of Natural Resources as to why our application was unsuccessful. A different position that we're in this year compared to last year is we've hired the Milton Design Group to help actually fully design the park master plan for Vang Pao Park. That consultant was not on board last year when we applied, and we are preparing a very sufficient application for the plantscape this year for this application. So if awarded, the funds would be solely dedicated to the development of General Vang Pau's landscape and irrigation plan.
Questions for Director Jensen? Jennifer, anything from the public?
We don't have anything.
Discussion or motion?
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Dupont and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Boyle. The motion will include the adoption of Resolution 2025-45, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Merced, California, approving the application for the grant funds for the Environmental Enhancement and Mitigation Program. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, the motion passes unanimously.
All right, J4.
Okay, agenda item J4, approval of lease agreement amendment with Boys and Girls Club of Merced County for use of McCombs Youth Center for a 5-year term with the potential to extend an additional 5 years.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Good evening again, council. Earlier this evening, you had a consent item before you for service agreements for several of our youth centers. Those service agreements were agreed to or will be agreed to with nonprofits that serve the community out of some of our youth centers. And before you this evening for an action item is a similar agreement, but for a lease of a facility where services will be supplied out of. A little bit of history about this agreement. Parks and Community Services for the City of Merced was formed in the 1940s as a youth development and quality of life effort. The department offers direct and indirect services to meet that mission, meaning we supply services directly to the community or we partner with nonprofits or other community-based organizations to do so. Partners come in all shapes and sizes and including lease agreements. In 1998, the City of Merced began discussions of building a new 17,000 square foot facility named the McCombs Youth Center. This was to complement the nearby Senior Community Center on the same geographic location and to meet growing needs and concerns for our youth. With limited capacity at the time, the City of Merced contracted the Boys and Girls Club of Merced County, who was an interested partner in developing this community center. And they would, the goal was for Boys and Girls Club to offer after-school programs and out-of-school programs to youth who otherwise had limited opportunities or faced extensive barriers to after-school engagement. In 2002, the city opened the doors to the McCombs Youth Center and began a 10-year lease agreement with the Boys and Girls Club of Merced to operate the facility. A little bit about the collaborative nature of the operations plan for this facility. The goal was to expand services to youth and reduce costs to the general fund with the following terms for the operation plan. The owner of the facility would be the City of Merced. The leasee or operator of the facility would be the Boys and Girls Club of Merced. The term was arranged to be a 10-year agreement. In order to help keep the cost of participation in programs and operations down, rent was arranged to be in-kind services offered by Boys and Girls Club, so no rent was to be charged. And repairs, maintenance, and utilities, major repairs would be carried out by the City of Merced, including exterior of the building, roofing, sidewalls, and major amenities such as AC, doors, toilets, etc. The Boys and Girls Club of Merced would be responsible for utilities and janitorial, otherwise referred to as operating costs. To generate the revenues associated with operating costs, the lease agreement allowed for Boys and Girls Club to charge membership fees, which our service agreements do not allow for. And it also authorized the Boys and Girls Club to subrent the facility to help cover their expenses. The use of the facility has been a joint partnership where out-of-school recess, such as summer school, winter break, President's Week, et cetera, would be available for the Boys and Girls Club to operate full day And then in the afternoon or evening, the city of Merced could come in and operate recreation programs for both youth and adults. Over that 10 years of the original agreement and since its inception, there's been several amendments to the original agreement. The first took place in 2006, and at that time, there was a modification to the operation plan which encouraged the Parks and Community Services funding to help cover operational costs. The arrangement was that Parks and Community Services budget would reimburse $5,400 per month for some of the routine operating costs associated with operating the facility. There was a second amendment in 2007, which increased the reimbursement amount a little bit higher. In 2009, during the recession, a third amendment took place to reduce the obligated expense by 15%. Due to budget constraints. In 2010, there was a fourth amendment, which brought the contribution from the city back up to about $5,000 per month. It did encourage the Boys and Girls Club to consider working actively with some additional outside organizations to help cover the cost of operating the facility. In 2011, there was a fifth amendment, and the city added an additional year to the initial 10-year lease agreement. And in 2012, the same was done through a sixth amendment and reduced the monthly reimbursement to $2,900 and change. In 2013, the city revised terms and entered a new 5-year lease agreement with Boys and Girls Club, maintaining commitment for reimbursement costs for the operation of the facility. And in 2022, due to variability in performance and sustainability, the city entered a new lease term of 1 year with the potential to extend for 2 additional years. The city lowered its commitment for reimbursement to $2,200 a month at that time. And in 2024, last fiscal year, the department requested Boys and Girls Club and council's consideration of reducing the reimbursement to align with the original operation plan for McCombs Youth Center. And we reduced the annual contribution by $10,000 a year last fiscal year. So the proposal that's been discussed with the Boys and Girls Club and the Parks and Community Services Subcommittee has been developing over the last several months in relation to some of the known costs and opportunities for revenue and some of the unknown futures that we're looking at. The original operations plan projected a net zero operational cost to the city, made the development of the McCombs Youth Center and a long-term lease to the Boys and Girls Club a great investment. Allowing Boys and Girls Club to charge membership fees, rent facility for revenue, and to share operation and maintenance costs by partnering with other nonprofits allowed the organization to keep up with growing costs of operation. Boys and Girls Club has had a very successful last few years and has expanded operations to several additional cities within the county, pushing their reach far beyond Merced. Reducing the annual expense for Parks and Community Services for reimbursement costs makes this ongoing partnership with Boys and Girls Club a great ongoing investment and keeps their home base right here in our city. Some of the things associated with the unknown future. The original 10-year agreement proved to be a little long to be reliable, leading to 6 amendments within that first 10 years. Providing a longer-term lease, however, establishes trust and stability, which are both required for good programming without overextending. The Boys and Girls Club has proven itself financially sustainable, but is still dependent on the availability of a facility for operation. A 5-year lease that's proposed for your consideration this evening will ensure the club has a long-term agreement in place to help prepare for their future and continue their service to the families and children of Merced. So before you this morning is a new 5-year lease that we would like for your consideration, which reduces the department's annual contribution to cover operating costs to 0. We would maintain our commitment to repair the facility when needed. And it also goes back to a 5-year term with an option to extend an additional 5 years based on performance. And I'm here to answer any questions you may have related to the lease.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Any questions? Okay, Jennifer, anything from the public?
We don't have anything, Mayor.
All right, discussion from council or motion or additional questions for Director Jensen? All right, Councilmember Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Jensen. So we're not doing a license, we're doing a 5-year lease extendable for another 5 years. Is that in recognition of the goodwill that the Boys and Girls Club creates for both the city and our residents?
It is. With some of our service agreements, they're shorter term. The goal is to help organizations get established and potentially open up those facilities for other outside organizations to come in and get their foot in the door as a service operator. This arrangement is being suggested as a result of the long-term partnership that the city has had with the Boys and Girls Club in light of their need for ongoing facilities to call home and our faith in that relationship.
All right, thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Okay, additional questions, discussion, or a motion?
I'll move to approve, subject to any public comment.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Smith and a second by Councilmember Harris. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Councilmember DeAndo? Your vote? Okay, the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, council.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Thank you, Jennifer.
Okay, agenda item J5, approval to enter professional services agreements with Merced City School District for up to $197,474 for fiscal year 25-26 to scholarship 540 district students in youth basketball and youth football.
Good evening again, council. So in addition to looking to reduce our expenses as an organization, we are looking at ways to increase our revenue as well without having to pass that cost on to our users, primarily children. In this case, we've had a successful arrangement or application earlier this summer with the City of Merced School District to fund our Junior Giants T-ball and baseball program. That program is traditionally free, but the city does take on the cost of operating the program. We are supplying 2 proposals for the city school district's consideration, which they've shown great interest in at this point. And that application is for 2 different funding streams, or excuse me, 1 funding stream, the Extended Learning Opportunity Fund, to fund our flag football program and our Junior Warrior basketball program. Those 2 programs right now have application fees associated with them. This would make those programs completely free to any youth in that district, Merced City School District, that are between the grades of kindergarten and 6th grade. 7th and 8th grade does not qualify for that funding stream. Our department has set aside an $8,000 scholarship fund as well for any student that is in 7th or 8th grade or would like to participate in our programs but does not go to a school in Merced City School District. So if there are families that are still interested in supplying recreational programs for their young people that qualify economically, we use a sliding scale to make sure that we're giving those scholarships to families that are in need. We have $8,000 remaining for the year to dedicate to those students and their families.
All right, thank you, Chris. Councilor DuPont.
Thank you, Director Jensen. Thank you for bringing up the $8,000. My question may not pertain directly to Merced City School District. District 1 also has Weaver Union School District, and was wondering if we've approached Weaver for the same opportunity for them to buy into the scholarships.
Admittedly, not just yet. I did receive contact information for that school district, which we'll be following up on. Staff have been notified that there is a discrepancy there with what students would qualify automatically because of the ELOP contribution. And so we're making sure that we're earmarking that $8,000 and promoting that specifically to parents that come in that may not be in the city school district. For the meantime, we will be pursuing that partnership moving forward. We are tracking how many students we have register from that district so we can supply that to the district for their consideration with any proposal we submit. Thank you. You're welcome.
Jennifer, anything from the public?
We don't have anything, Mayor.
Okay, additional questions, comments, motion? This is great stuff. This is really good work, Chris. I applaud you for this amongst all your other good deeds.
I'll let Rhett know.
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember DuPont and a motion by Councilmember DuPont and a second by Councilmember Smith. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. And the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, council.
Thank you, Chris. J6, Jen.
Okay, agenda item J6, approval to apply for and appropriate, if awarded, grant funding in an amount up to $10,000 for fiscal year 25-26 for Merced County First Five to support various children-oriented special events.
Like somebody's wake-up alarms go.
I thought I was done asking for money. This is a smaller amount, but as you may recall, we typically apply for routine funding from Merced County First Five. This funding helps us reduce costs for some of our special events that we conduct periodically throughout the year. It specifically allocates funds earmarked for 0 to 5 children and their parents or families to participate in a lot of our special events. Typically, we will have a kids zone at a lot of our community-wide events that's dedicated specifically to that population, and the activities are catered to that group. So this would be allowing us to apply for another application for those funds.
Questions? Jennifer, anything from the public?
We don't have anything, Mayor.
Okay, discussion or a motion?
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember DuPont and a second by Councilmember Smith. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. And the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Chris. We work on the grant application. If you need grant writing services, Councilmember Harris is available.
Okay, agenda item K, business. K1, Councilmember Smith's request to discuss the selection and placement of ceremonial items.
Councilmember Smith.
Thank you. So before I begin looking at the hour, and we've got some appointments to go through, I'll look at my colleagues. I'd be happy to table this for 2 weeks. I'm happy to go through it too, but our
How long
meeting's
is it
just
gonna
going to keep
take?
getting longer. I got 5 pages of slides.
Oh, shoot.
No, I don't know. I would like to have a reasoned discussion on it. We could probably talk in 10 or 15 minutes,
Yeah,
but
let's go.
all right, let's go for it.
My 5-hour energy will go to 10:30, so go ahead.
All right. So all I can say for our viewing public is I tried. So I know I'm the constitutionalist up here. I'm always guided by our city charter, which I asked staff to provide for everybody. Just sections 404 and 405 talk about our powers. And you can see the council, city talks about the powers being invested in a city council as a unit. And this, having chaired the Charter Review Committee along with my colleague, Mayor Pro Tem Boyle, at that time, we considered making some changes to the balance of power amongst council members, and the Charter Review Committee at that time rejected that idea. So that's always how I think about us, as seven people acting as one, no one of us having any power outside of 7 of us in a noticed agendized meeting. Kind of like our flag policy, though, it's become obvious to me, at least, that the way that we handle ceremonial items is out of step with our collective power. I see individual council members agendizing ceremonial items that are then presented to the community as if it comes from us. I see many ceremonial items packed into one meeting without apparently any guideposts on the time or the number that make our meetings longer. I see I see people getting up in the stage and forgetting that we all have a duty to move the meeting forward. I mean, it's our meeting, but we're doing the people's business. And this, gets to things like passing the mic to our guests, who then take the mic and make it their time. This is a council meeting. So I think that ceremonial items need to be brought in check. It needs to make a lot more sense for the way we do business, but also it needs to accord with the charter's view of a council being a single unit. So, I mean, I would like to see a discussion and a review of the existing ceremonial item policy, which I was shocked to see has not been revised since I was a freshman at UC Davis in 1994. And it has very detailed guidelines about who gets a wooden plaque. But the key thing was that our existing policy actually says that requests for a proclamation or ceremonial recognition go to the city manager, who then decides. And that is not how our practice has been for the almost 3 years that I've been up here. So even if we want to maintain something like the current practice, it needs to accord with our written policy. So, and a caveat to that, letters of support, I don't know how to characterize their legal significance. But if we're one council, the letter of support should come from the council. And certainly the council should see the letters. And I think the community should see the letters. In agenda item H5, there's a list of letters of support that our consulting team worked on. It's 3 pages. I haven't seen a single one of those letters of support. And if it's being signed on behalf of council, I think I should at least be able to see them after they're written and sent. So, I think this is one of those things that we need to clean up our practices every now and then. I just think this is a practice thing that needs to accord with policy. So I'm looking for support for a discussion and revision of the ceremonial item policy that does things like sets a limit on the number of ceremonial items that a council member could bring forward, does things like has some kind of a process for bringing these items forward, making sure that they fall within the jurisdiction of the council, and kind of taking away the guesswork and burden on the city manager to have to make these calls. I'd also like to see letters of support, if they're going to continue to be reviewed by staff and the mayor, that council, and every week in our Friday update, we get the letters that have been sent out on our behalf, and that they be posted on our website someplace, just like written communications, so the public can see them. In terms of revising the policy, I'm assuming you guys get this far with me. I mean, I don't know that it's worthy of tasking Mr. Cornwell, who's very, very busy with other things. I'd be happy to take a stab at it. I would also be happy for the ethics committee to take my comments and have a discussion and come back and say 60 days so we can talk further. This shouldn't just come from me. This should be a change that we all own, but I do think it's a change that we need. Kind of like cleaning up our flag policy, moving on from playing voicemails in meetings and other things that really kind of bring us back to what we should be doing up here. So I'll stop there and take any questions on my ideas, or, kind of just hear what you guys are thinking after I've spoken.
Just a few thoughts being involved in this. There are the ceremonial items has been the extent of them has been, an ongoing conversation and over, a long time, and potentially, sometimes there's a lot of them, and just in interest of time, or for other reasons, people want to limit them. Other times, too, there's a lot of recognition that a lot of people from the community really appreciate it, for recognizing, for example, sports teams or kids on great accomplishments. There's a lot of that as well. When they come, and over the years, council members have had the ability, at least, as long as I've seen it, to request an item be put on the agenda. I'll get requests a decent amount too, coming from the community to honor folks. But at the end of the day, it's still, at least as far as I've seen, at the end of the day, it's the city manager controlling the agenda. It's the city manager's decision whether or not to do those. Those are the ones that kind of pop up spontaneously, and those are hard to control as well, because you're dealing with, a sports team wins a championship or something like that. So they're hard to predict. But then there's also the regular ones, which we see every year. A couple years back, we did a job of kind of cutting those down a little bit. That was probably about maybe 2 or 3 years ago, cutting those back. But yeah, I don't see a problem with trying to see if we have more streamlined guidelines, even if it's just limiting council requests or just having a more streamlined approach or guidelines. I think that gives Scott some assistance too, because sometimes it puts him in the position of trying to tell you're trying to tell one of your bosses no, you're trying to tell a council member no.
Right.
So that can be a hard thing to do. But at least my experience, it's been through Scott and through previous city managers, it's ultimately been the city manager's call. Working obviously with the city clerk as well. Jennifer plays getting the agenda together. With the letters, historically been the role of the mayor to sign them as the head of the city for ceremonial purposes. I can tell you too, and Jennifer does a lot of work, probably the majority of the work on these. They come quick, and oftentimes with very tight deadlines, and they are made in guidance with our legislative policy. So our council has our ledge policy that we create, that we have, which we approve every year, and then the letters are done in conjunction with that legislative policy, consistent with that policy the council sets, and then consistent with the advice too of our lobbying group as well. So it's kind of the general way to do it. And then sometimes the letters are provided to us. Other times they're drafted by staff and then forwarded to me for review and signature. And they come, it's hard to say. I think council kind of giving pre-approval for, which we do, for what we support, what sort of things are within our legislative platform is probably the best course, because just in practice, sometimes we'll get them and it's like, this thing popped up in the legislature and they're hearing this in this committee right now, and we have a very short time frame to finalize it. So, Councilmember DuPont.
I guess, sorry, just real quick. I mean, I appreciate all that, and that's very transparent. I do appreciate that. I guess I need to read the ledge policy again. But I mean, we're all painfully aware, right? I mean, we're all doing our best, but there is no office of the council member, office of the mayor. It's just how we're structured. So I don't know how the letters are being signed, but I mean, those are taking some substantive policy positions. And I don't have a problem with the mayor, whoever the mayor is, signing those letters. I get the time. But I just think it's something we should take a look at if they're being signed on behalf of the council.
Yeah, typically I said they're signed as mayor.
The mayor.
Yeah. And then.
Using the auto pen?
Yeah. No comment. He's signed. Councilmember DuPont.
Thank you, Mayor. I would join in Councilmember Smith's concerns. I'll start the flip of what the mayor discussed. I'll start with the letters. I understand the time frame in which letters they come in and they have to go out. But I do agree with Councilmember Smith. The council should be seeing the letters. If we are taking policy positions, we're taking a policy position as a whole council. We're not a strong mayor system. So while I understand the mayor has to sign, and I don't have any issue with the mayor signing as ceremonial, policy-wise, the mayor does not, the position of the mayor does not get to make decisions for the whole council. And I have to look at the legislative policies, and I don't know the last time all of council has taken a look at the ledge policies. Things have drastically changed in the last 4 years. So that would be my position on the letters. So we need to at least see the letters of either of support or of opposition on certain bills that we're taking. Because as well as when we get individuals of the public that ask us questions of what is your position, or you get in a position where you can talk to assembly member or state senator or congressman, we can bring these issues up. We don't know that. The first time I saw the CPPG list was the first time I knew what letters we were opposed, I mean, what bills we are opposing and supporting. As to the ceremonial items, I do agree that we need to maybe put a limit on it. While I understand it's the city manager's role to determine what's on the agenda, I think you alluded to it, Mayor. It's going to be very difficult for him to say no to one of us or the mayor asking for a ceremonial item to go on the agenda. To put him in that position would be just difficult, and we shouldn't have to put him in that position, or the city manager in that position. So figuring out a number in which we can talk of what's the limit throughout the year would be helpful. I get sports teams win championships and, there's all these things going on. But nowadays, I think everyone's winning championships. And we can still recognize some of those teams without needing to do it in a council meeting as well. Golden Valley, they went back-to-back Blue Banner section champions. I was able to take some certificates to Golden Valley to not take up time here at council, but still recognize them because that's a huge deal to go back-to-back Blue Banner champions. So I think we can still deliver the message that we're trying to deliver without having to always do it in council chambers at a council meeting.
Yeah, and we do that. I do that all the time too, trying to take it out of council as well. So that's certainly an effort that we've been making and I make for sure. Jennifer, I know at times we've had the letters included in the CI.
We haven't, but we can definitely provide an update on a weekly basis. They do sometimes have a very quick turnaround time. Today, we had a bill that's going to be on the floor tomorrow, and we have a support position, but they changed some language literally over the weekend. So we need to determine if we're going to take a neutral or an opposed position. So we can provide updates on any letters that, position letters at the end of the week as part of the addendum to the CI. I support Frank in this effort. He and I work together on the legislative platform, but we can definitely do that at the end of the week and then revisit when we have selected a legislative advocacy firm that will provide an update on our legislative platform.
Could you just share a little more and shed a little more light on the process? How?
So our advocacy group will send us either a senator or an assembly person will send us a request for a letter of support on a bill that they're sponsoring, or our advocacy group will do that. And depending on where that is, will give us either 2 days of turnaround or a week of turnaround, so the process varies. And so sometimes there are templates that ask for additional information on how it will impact the city, and sometimes they're basically just templates that we sign as part of other California cities. So it really depends, but I would say on average, it could be 3 days to 7 days turnaround time.
All right, Councilmember Jean.
I agree with Councilmember Smith and DuPont on these letters of support, ensuring that we as council get to read them, and then also creating that public archive. I think that's important. With regards to ceremonial items, I've never been a fan of having them up here on council. I advocate for them to be out in the community, similar to what Councilmember DuPont just mentioned. I think it's more important to be out in the community presenting these certificates on behalf of the city. And so I think that's how we should do things rather than doing it here and then just having folks leave. Again, it's more impactful in the community.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Boyd.
I'll just echo what some of my colleagues have said. I think the transparency of what letters are getting sent out, whether it's in support, neutral, or opposed, not knowing what is being sent out. I feel like that's a missed opportunity for us to know that. Regarding the ceremonial, I support some kind of cap if that's the direction. I agree, going out in the community. I feel like that should be always first and foremost that we're doing anyways, but I know there are instances that we do want to bring folks in here as well. So, but I do believe that there should be some kind of cap, and what that cap looks like, I don't know. But open to dialogue and figuring that out.
Okay, Jesse. Mr. McBride.
Yeah, I just want to add that a lot of the requests that come in for letters, they're not even from our legislative assistants. They're from the county, they're from MID, they're from the school districts, they're from churches and local organizations. They're from the League of California Cities, which might have 3 or 4 in one day. Regardless of who they're from, we should be getting you copies. So we're going to endeavor to do that. We're going to get into on a weekly basis or more frequently, so you can see who and what they're for. And so it's an easy fix we can do for you.
Okay. Is that okay? Is that a good fix there to share the letters weekly, either in the CI or another format?
No, I appreciate that. It's a good fix. I don't expect it to be overnight, but I would like to find a way to post the letters, at least going forward, so the public can see them on our website. In terms of the ceremonial item policy, I mean, I'm comfortable sending this to the Ethics Subcommittee at your next meeting for discussion.
Okay.
But if you all would rather I continue with the laboring order and come back with some kind of red line or something, I can also do that.
Okay. Ethics Subcommittee, I think that's myself, Mayor Pro Tem Boyle, and Councilmember DuPont, if I'm not mistaken. You can do that?
Yeah.
Is that it? Is that us? Okay. Yeah, that's fine. We could
If
do
you
that.
guys accept the charge.
Looking forward to it.
All right.
All right,
we can do
great.
it.
I appreciate it.
All right, sounds good. Jennifer, you need a motion, or is that sufficient direction?
I think that's fine.
Okay.
Okay,
All right.
item K2, annual appointments to the Arts and Culture Advisory Commission for one ex officio.
Okay, now on to the real part of the meeting. Now on to the tough part, the appointments. All right, we'll start with K2. This is one ex officio to the Arts and Culture Advisory Commission. Appears we have several applications: Andrew Garcia, Bree Wolf, Caroline Mraz, Denise Woski, Jessica Hackett, Joy Widmark, Raymond Essig, Ryan Villarreal, and Sabrina Bong. Many worthy candidates amongst them. This will be a partial term of term ending July 1st of 2026. All right. See anyone that jumps out? Or,
I'd like to nominate Bree Wolf.
okay. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Further discussion? Jennifer, anything from the public?
We don't have anything, Mayor.
Okay.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Smith and a second by Councilmember DuPont. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, the motion passes unanimously. Okay, agenda item K3, annual appointments to the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission, Districts 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, at large, and one ex officio.
Okay. Essentially a full slate to the BPAC, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 at large and ex officio. Currently, we have, and some of these people have applied for other similar or different positions. We have Lisa Kaiser Grant, District 5, Omar Sandoval, Malia Chambers, and Curtis Thomas are all ex officios. So first, turn to Councilmember DuPont, District 1, Dwight Ewing. His term expired, but he's interested in reappointment. 3 new applications from Anna Quintana, Craig, can't read my handwriting here. Harmelin, and Curtis Thomas.
I'll be reappointing Dwight Ewing as a motion.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? All right, vote.
I have a motion by Councilmember DuPont and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Boyle. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, the motion passes unanimously.
All right, District 2 to Councilmember Deanda, currently vacant with the resignation of Anthony Aldana. This is for a partial term ending July 1st of 2026. No new applications. Either we can send it for a re-refer it, so there's additional advertisement for that spot, or potentially if there's someone from another, we've done this in the past a few times, where if there's someone from District 2 who applied for something else, we could appoint them subject to their approval. But defer to you, sir. If you have a preference to the spot for District 2 on the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee, which is currently vacant with no new applications. Would you like to, we can refer it back to the city clerk's office to advertise it a little more and come back at a future meeting. We've done that quite frequently. Or else we could appoint somebody and see if they accept it, and if they don't, then we'll re-refer it.
So I'll let Ronnie chime in, but I sort of like your idea, Mayor, of maybe tabling this appointment to get through the others and see if there's anybody who had applied for another position from D2 who was not appointed.
Okay.
Give them a first right of refusal.
Okay, I'll make a note, pass it for now. If, for example, Bree Wolf is from District 2, try to keep a running list of, or actually, thanks to Councilmember Harris for coming up with this handy dandy sheet. And I think, yeah, you have Bree Wolf. Yeah. I just have my auto pen, that's all I got. Yeah, it looks like Bree Wolf is the only person from District 2, according to your list. Okay, we can pass it for now. If not, if there's a motion to appoint Bree Wolf subject to her approval, we could do that, or else send it back. Any preference on the part of the council?
I would, so I know for my district, it's vacant as well with no applicants. I would personally like to see that term, the time be extended, because I know at least 2 people that should have applied, and I did not do my due diligence this past 2 weeks where I was out of town, and so I did not get a chance to follow up. And so I would like a little bit of extension here, and in this case, District 2 is very similar, and so I would extend it there as well.
All right, motion to that effect. District 2, District 6, re-referring it back to the city staff to float the vacancies once more.
Are you looking for a second?
Yeah, or looking for a motion to that effect. If that's your motion, Councilmember Jean.
Motion to that effect, or second, Councilmember Jean's motion to that effect.
Okay. So that's 2 and 6 will be re-referred back to staff.
Okay, so I have a motion by Councilmember Zhang and a second by Councilmember Smith. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Mr. Deanda, if you can vote.
We're voting on sending District 2 and District 6 Bicycle Commission back out for more applications.
All right. Jennifer, what if we move on? We'll go to,
Okay.
motion passes with 6 votes. We'll go to District 3, currently vacant. Councilmember Harris.
I will nominate Caroline Mraz.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Harris and a second by Councilmember DuPont. Mayor and council, please cast your votes.
Okay, motion passes with 6 votes.
Okay, the motion passes with 6 votes.
All right, District 4, Councilmember Smith, expiration of Michael Malloy's term, not interested in reappointment. You have Peggy Sue, William Watkins, Omar Sandoval, and Mylea Chambers.
So very much appreciate Mr. Malloy's service on the commission. Peggy Shu, I think, has done a fantastic job, but I have to respect her request and her application to not be considered if somebody else was volunteering for the job. Mylea Chambers has been serving in an ex officio capacity. I'd like to nominate her for a full appointment to the commission.
All right, there's a
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Smith and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Boyle. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Mayor Serrato?
Slack.
Thank you, and the motion
Thank
passes with 6 votes.
Everybody's going to keep me in line, Jennifer. All right, 6 we took care of. At large, that's my Peggy Sue's term expired or July 1st. She's interested in reappointment. Let's see, currently. So Jennifer, with Mylea Chambers now being in District 4 with a full term, then that leaves open her.
For at-large, correct. So
So that
her
leaves
and
open
I
her
believe
ex officio.
Dwight Ewing would be no longer considered for at-large since they were both appointed for districts.
Yes. But her having one of the ex officio seats, now that'll free that up. So now we'll have 2 ex officio appointments?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Peggy Sue's interested in reappointment. I'd make a motion to nominate her.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Mayor Serrato and a second by Councilmember Harris. Mayor and council, please cast your votes.
Okay, motion passes with
Okay,
6
and the motion
votes.
passes with 6 votes.
Okay, so now we have 2.
Matt, before we continue,
Yes.
just a question, because I know we're speed running this for the attorney. Is it okay for us to just continue with Ronnie not voting on any of these items?
The councilman has the discretion not to vote. We can't force the votes. So I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. 2 ex officio spots, 1 vacant, term to end July 1st of '28. The other, Mylea Chambers, open seat, now to end July 1st of '26. I would note, and then Curtis Thomas and Omar Sandoval are the other 2 ex officios. Anna Quintana, Caroline Mraz already has a spot. Craig Harmelin, Delvina Johnson, Eli Sachet, and William Watkins. I would just note William Watkins, if anybody had a chance to look at his application, it was a very detailed, impressive application. A lot of previous work in this capacity in the city of Davis. Yeah. Councilmember DuPont.
Just a question. We are agendized for 1 ex officio, just ensuring that we can, based on our agenda, appoint 2 ex officios.
So maybe I missed something, but Ms. Chambers' ex officio seat I thought was terming out, which allows her to be quote unquote available for the District 4 appointment.
My notes say July 1st of '26. Let's get another year.
Well, I guess we're agendized for one ex officio. But thank you again, Mr. Mayor, for being better at math than me.
Can we appoint to the second ex officio that's now vacant because we took Malia Chambers?
We created a vacancy.
Correct. So we created a vacancy by appointing her. So even though it says one ex officio, can we now fill the vacancy we created?
Let's bring that back. We'll agendize that.
Okay, so bring that back too, Jennifer.
Okay.
All right, with respect to the other ex officio vacancy, term to end July 1st of 28, discussion or nomination for that position. Okay. Bring forth William Watkins, if that's acceptable.
Motion.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Boyle and a second by Councilmember DuPont. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Mayor Serrato.
Slack it.
Councilmember Deanda. Okay,
Okay, we can move on, Jen.
okay, and the motion passes with 6 votes. Okay, agenda item K4, annual appointments to the Personnel Board to appoint 1 board nominated and 1 council appointed individual.
Okay. 1 second. All right, Personnel Board, board nominated Phyllis Crago. Is there a motion to confirm that?
Motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember DuPont and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Boyle. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Councilmember Deanda. Okay, the motion passes with 6 votes.
Thank you, Jennifer. Council appointed individual to the Personnel Board, Fred Buckingham's term expired. This will be a full term ending July 1st of 2029. Andrew Garcia, Caroline Mraz, who's Jonathan Allen, Jose Ramirez, Leland Hagan, Melissa Rosales, and Sabrina Bong. All right, noting just a few things. Sabrina Bong's already on, as Councilmember Harris noted, several other commissions, and we recently appointed Caroline Mraz to the District 3 seat to the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee. All right, I would note Mr. Hagan and Ms. Rosales seem to be strong candidates, both with a lot of personnel experience, dealing with those in their professional capacity for many years. As well, Mr. Ramirez too, maybe probably to a lesser extent, but he seemed like a pretty strong candidate as well. All right, any preferences? Yeah, Hagan had 13 years with the court, dealing with a lot of personnel issues, 31 years with the county. Rosales, previous employee of the city of Merced, worked closely with the Personnel Board, currently an HR specialist for Merced County Office of Education. Jose Ramirez, a fleet manager at a trucking company.
I'll motion
Nominate
for. Oh, rock, paper, scissors. Go ahead.
I think, go
I'll
ahead.
nominate him,
Which one?
when you just read. The one with the, used to work for the city, MCOE,
Yeah, that's Melissa Rosales.
was, yes.
Okay. Melissa Rosales, as nominated by Council Member Harris. Is there a second to that?
I'll second.
Okay. Jennifer,
Okay,
call
I have
for
a
the question.
motion by Councilmember Harris and a second by Councilmember Zhang. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Mr. Deanda, with your vote? Okay, and the motion passes with 6 votes.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Okay,
All right,
agenda item K5, annual appointments to the Planning Commission for Districts 4 and 6.
Okay, First District 4, Councilmember Smith. Conchita Swiggert's term expired after a very short term on the Planning Commission, seeking reappointment with a term to end July 1st, 2029.
It's another very strong pool of applicants from D4, but I'd like to give Ms. Swigert some more time on the commission and so nominate her for a full term.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Smith and a second by Councilmember Harris. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Mr. Deanda, how do you vote? Okay, and the motion passes with 6 votes.
All right, District 6, Councilmember Zhang, Jose Delgadillo's terms expired. He's seeking reappointment. Appeared to be one other applicant, Jerry Vu, who I believe also applied for the Tax Transparency Commission and might have been the only applicant from District 6 to that. Should you hang on one second, ma'am? If you, okay, ma'am, if there's, if you'd like to speak, please fill out a green request to speak form and we can hear you. All right, we'll wait for you. You just got to fill it out quick.
I just want to say that I applied, and it is online, my application for the Planning Commission for District 6.
Okay. And what was your name?
Brenda Morgan.
We had you as District 4.
No, I am District 6. I live on El Portal Drive. And it is online. It does say that. I checked.
Okay. I think El Portal, what's the cross street?
Parsons.
Okay, I think that's District.
That's District 4.
Yeah, it should be District 4.
Yeah, I have it right here. Oh.
Yeah, we had you on the list, but there were several other people who applied for District 4, and
Okay,
that's in City Council District 4.
When I checked it, it said District 6. It says that Shane Smith is my council member, because I did check.
Yes.
So it's messed up when you check to see who your council member is.
Okay. No, thank you for
Okay.
the application and apologize for the confusion. All right, Councilmember Jean, District 6.
I'd like to nominate Jerry Vu.
Okay, is there a second? All right, is there any seconds?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Zhang and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Boyle. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Councilmember Deanda, for your vote.
It's okay. Motion passed.
Okay, and the motion passes with Mayor Serrato voting no. Okay.
Parks and Rec, K6.
Agenda item K6, annual appointments to the Recreation and Parks Commission, Districts 2 and 5.
All right, Councilmember Deanna, District 2, the term of Abraham Lopez expired July 1st. Dina Gonzalez applied. Mr. Lopez is not interested in reappointment, so Dina Lopez is the sole applicant for the term ending July 1st of 2029.
Okay.
It's 2.
He's here. In other words, over here. Bree Wolf,
City fact check.
okay?
Okay.
Okay. He's a horse and coaster. Now, has he already
And
filled
Dina
out
for
forms and stuff like that? or
She
is
did,
he
everyone that's,
District
everyone
two
that's listed on
here.
here has applied. Everyone that's listed on here has applied. And these are the, these are the
Okay.
boards and commissions that they applied for. That's
Double
what they-
check.
That's what the check
Yeah,
marks
but I
are
mean,
for.
I don't have any of these guys up here. They're, this is.
Harris is double
So
check.
we're on recreation.
According to my notes, District
We're on
2, according to the
recreation
Harris
parks
sheet,
now.
Dina's District 1.
So you have Dina
Gonzalez.
Gonzalez. We're on recreation and parks. So you have Dina Gonzalez that you need.
But just because what they put on the application, then the city clerk goes and confirms what district they live in.
Correct.
So if you look on the legislative text, it actually will break down in the paragraphs of where they are actually, once they confirm.
So we're now appointing someone for
Parks
the
and Rec.
recreation and parks. And Dina Gonzalez is in your district. Keep going right there, this one right here. She is
Yeah,
in,
it's this is the district, right?
correct.
Okay.
So Dina Gonzalez is in District 2. And that's
Should
for
be 2,
recreation and parks.
but let me
So you-
just confirm with Jennifer real quick.
Yes, she applied, and she's the only one that applied.
Hi, council. So I just confirmed right now that she is in District 2. Oftentimes when they apply, they put another district, but I go in and I confirm on our GIS location that they are in the district that we put them under.
And
So she's in District 2.
Thank you,
the
Alejandro.
boards and commissions they were
That was
on.
my question.
Okay. I don't-
So, Mr. Deanna, now you're up to appoint someone for District 2.
Councilmember Deanna, do you have a motion to appoint Dina Gonzalez to the District 2 seat on the Parks and Rec Subcommittee with a term to end July 1st of 2029? Is that your motion, sir? Turning to our, turn to other colleagues as well, too, if anybody has any further discussion or a motion to that effect.
I think maybe we table this until our next meeting, when it can be brought up earlier in the evening.
I'll join in that request.
All right, I think, to me, when we have one applicant, I think we can make a call now, but hear the motion.
Yeah,
Jennifer, there's a motion and a second to continue it to the next request.
Okay. So I have a motion by Councilmember Smith and a second by Councilmember DuPont. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, and the motion passes with Mayor Serrato voting no.
All right, District 5. Mayor Pro Tem Boyle, April Holloway seeks a second term, which would end July 1st of 2029. Other applications from Andrew Garcia, Jeremy Jenkins, and Xerxes Zanganek.
I will be appointing April Holloway.
Okay. Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Boyle and a second by Councilmember DuPont. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, the motion passes with 6 votes.
Case 7, Jennifer.
Okay, agenda item K7, annual appointments to the Regional Airport Authority for 3 seats.
Okay, 3 seats to the Airport Authority. Current roster, Sabrina Bong, Robert Scoble, Jim Song, Seferino Silva. We have, again, 3 open seats, 1 application from Cheryl Hirsch, who's a current member, interested in a second term, and then also Caroline Mraz, Delvina Johnson, and Shahid Sohail. I would, with the council's indulgence, since Caroline Mraz has been appointed to another board, would offer Cheryl Hirsch for the term ending July 1st, 29, Shahid Sohail for the term ending July 1st of 29, and Delvina Johnson for the term ending July 1st of 26. I'd make that motion if there's a second.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion by Mayor Serrato and a second by Councilmember Zhang. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, and the motion passes with 6 votes. Okay, agenda item K8, annual appointments to the Tax Transparency Commissions for Districts 2 and 6.
Okay, District 2 is vacant with the resignation of Anthony Aldana. Dina Gonzalez, the sole applicant. Is there similar motion to move that to the next council meeting, or is there a different motion?
I'll move to table the D2 appointment until the next meeting.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Smith and a second by Councilmember DuPont. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, the motion passes with 6 votes.
All right, District 6, Douglas Puizer's term expired. One application for District 6 for Jerry Vu, who was also recently nominated to the Planning Commission.
I would like an extension of term. I would prefer not to appoint one person to multiple boards.
Okay. Would there be, Jose Delgadillo, would there be any interest in appointing him to this, given that he was interested in re-upping on the Planning Commission?
I would like to see applications.
Okay. All right, additional discussion. Are everybody okay with tabling it till the next meeting? Is there a motion to that effect or a different motion?
I'll motion it.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Zhang and a second by Councilmember Harris. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, and the motion passes with 6 votes. All right, agenda item K9, appointments to the Citizen Advisory Focus Group for the General Plan Update and Downtown Station Area Plan with up to a total of 14 members to be appointed by districts 1 through 6, 1 member to be appointed at large, and 1 member from each of the 6 commissions previously selected by the City Council. And Mayor, just for reference, we do have a green request to speak for him for this item.
Thank you, Jennifer. I know we still have a handful of people here from the public, certain people who might be interested in these positions. If you'd like to speak, please turn in your green request to speak form right now. We'll hear from you before we begin discussion. Okay, we'll call the speaker.
Okay, if I can get Cindy Kelly and Humberto Sandoval to the podium, please.
Good evening again. Well, first of all, let me say it's nice not to be the only citizen left in the room at the end of the council meeting this time. I did apply for District 3 for this committee. I will tell you a little bit about my experience. Most of you know me from SPCA. What you also may not know is I was a development services technician for at least 7 years here at the City of Merced. So I'm very familiar with the general plan. Our general plan was last adopted in 2012. And it's unfortunate, it should be done more often because our city changes every 5 years. As a resident of District 3 for 19 years, I can tell you I've seen several changes just in that district in the past 5 years. With the inclusion of the UC, we now are looking at further growth, further development, and our plan needs to reflect that. Also, with the Downtown Station Area Plan, I was an assistant transit manager for MCAG for several years. So I'm very familiar. We have a saying in transit, where transit goes, development grows. That's very true in any suburban or urban area. If you have a very thoughtfully designed and meaningful connection to transit and an active transit hub, you're going to find commercial and high-density residential. You're going to find that that area is going to grow, and I think Merced needs to be ready for it. The way I look at the Downtown Station Area Plan is as a complement to our transportation and circulation element in the general plan. So I would really like to be appointed on the Citizens Focus Group for District 3. Thank you.
Thank you, Sid.
Good evening, Council. My name is Humberto Sandoval. I am a citizen of District 6, and just want to introduce myself. This is my first time actually to a city council meeting, so nice long one, so really appreciate that. I just wanted to take the time to plead my case to be part of this commission or this advisory group. I am a UC Merced graduate. I've been here, living here in Merced now for 10 years. I'm originally from Southern California, so I've seen the impact that the university has on the city over the last 10 years. I've also seen the impact that new growing businesses, especially driven from UC Merced, the impact that it's had here on the city. And so I feel like I provide some of that fresh perspective. My wife and I recently bought our home here in the Bellevue Ranch area. So I think we're part of that new young community that's choosing to come to Merced, choosing to stay in Merced, choosing to continue seeing that growth. So yeah, I just wanted to throw my name out there, hopefully gauge your consideration, and appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for being here. Thank you for hanging with us. I would say they're not all as bad, but a lot of them, probably a lot of them are. You're good. Okay. One question before we begin. There's a lot of overlap. There's a lot of people who applied both as individuals by district and as members of various boards as well. Are there any rules, guidelines, prohibitions on, for example, commissioners being appointed by district as citizens? Or is that just an open?
I think they applied just in case they didn't get picked as a commissioner, that they had another shot at becoming or being part of the group.
Okay. Yep. Okay. So quite a bit of overlap. So I looked at it, and if council would allow just a little bit, I think the best way to do it is to address some of the ones where there's only a sole applicant, because there's a lot of overlap and the pieces kind of got to fit together. So it's a little complex, but I think we can get there. First, the District 5 a citizen appointment, one application. Council member, or Mayor Pro Tem Boyle, do you have a motion with respect to District 5?
I will motion that.
That's April Holloway.
Yep, for April. Yep.
Is there
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Mayor
Could I
Pro
make a
Tem.
quick comment?
Sure.
So I think April just appointed earlier today as well. Is there a certain deadline in which we need these seats filled in, or are we able to extend time?
Deadlines?
I'm going to defer to either Leah or Johnny on that.
As soon as possible.
I think our first meeting is in about a month.
Okay. Oh. Yeah, I mean,
We heard you, Leah. I didn't say I didn't make it.
I mean, personally, I think it's best practice to always have people new sitting on these boards and commissions rather than having one person in multiple roles. And so I think in this particular case, I think it'll be best to extend the time. But I understand the motion being made.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Councilmember Zhang has expressed an opinion that he thinks it's better to allow more time for more applicants. All right. We'll call for the question.
We have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Boyle and a second by Councilmember DuPont. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, the motion passes with Councilmember Zhang voting no.
Okay. What that does, if you got your handy dandy scorecard, turn to the Recreation and Parks advisors or commissioners. There were two, April Holloway and Sabrina Abong. So that takes April out for the appointee to Parks and Rec, leaving Sabrina. Is there any discussion there or a motion to appoint Sabrina Abong from the Recreation and Parks Commission?
A motion.
The question, is she still help me keep up with the scorecard here. She's still on Parks and Airport.
Yes. So Sabrina is she's on multiple commissions, but she's the only one from the Recreation and Parks Commission who expressed interest, aside from April Holloway. And April Holloway was the sole District 5 commission, so it's only Sabrina left now.
Mayor, I believe the Mayor Pro Tem has a request to speak for
I see.
him.
No, I see. You good?
I don't want to nominate somebody for a third spot.
Okay. Councilmember Jean, you're next. Is there one more?
I believe that's so, unless that's the motion where I made.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Boyle. Pleasure.
Thank you. I would actually like to appoint Joseph Bauer, who's on the Parks and Rec. In passing, he said he wanted to put his name in just because of the circumstances that April was appointed for District 5. It does open it up, but he was interested.
Okay. For discussion or a second to Joseph Bauer, and then if he's not interested, then we'll.
Second.
Okay. And then
Do we still have Councilmember Zhang's motion for Sabrina on the,
yeah, I don't know if was there a second to Sabrina?
I don't know, I think everyone wanted to discuss things, so I don't know if there was.
Okay, that sounds good. We'll reset. So Councilmember Zhang, motion for Sabrina. Is there a second to that? Okay, hearing none. There's a motion for Joe Bauer, who's on the Parks and Rec Commission. Okay, and also a second. Further discussion or a call for the question?
Was there a second for?
There was, yeah.
Okay, I didn't catch the second. Was it Harris?
Harris.
Okay, I'm sorry. I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Boyle and a second by Councilmember Harris. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, and the motion passes with Councilmember Zhang and Smith voting no.
Airport, Cheryl Hirsch and Sabrina Bong. Any discussion there or a motion?
I will motion to appoint Sabrina.
Okay, is there a second? All right, hearing none, is there a motion to appoint Cheryl Hirsch or a different motion?
Motion to appoint Cheryl Hirsch.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Boyle and a second by Councilmember DuPont. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, the motion passes with Councilmember Zhang voting no.
Okay. Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee, Curtis Thomas, the sole applicant. Is there a motion to appoint Curtis Thomas or a different motion?
Motion.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember DuPont and a second by Councilmember Harris. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. And the motion passes.
This one gets a little tricky with Planning Commission. So it was 1 to 2 spots on the Planning Commission. We can appoint up to 2. Now there are 3 applicants. Jeremiah Greggins, Anthony Gonzalez, who is a late addition, and then Jose Delgadillo, but Jose Delgadillo is no longer on the Planning Commission. So that leaves 2, Greggins and Gonzalez. So we can appoint both. And Greggins also applied, to make it a little more complicated, to District 1, as did Curtis Thomas, who's now appointed. So that takes Curtis Thomas out. So,
Mayor, if I may.
Yeah.
My intention was to appoint Jeremiah Greggins to District 1.
Okay, that would leave, if you did that, that would leave only Anthony Gonzalez left as a planning commissioner.
We have the option of 1 or 2. I don't think there's a requirement of 2.
Correct.
I'll motion for Anthony Gonzalez.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Boyle and a second by Councilmember DuPont. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, the motion passes unanimously.
I'd like to make a motion for a second seat from the
Okay.
Planning Commission, if you're willing to do it, Bruto.
From Planning Commissions?
Yes, because I appointed him, or he was just appointed to Planning Commission.
No.
Hey, we can't have the back and forth.
Oh, shoot, okay. Never mind, that was wrong in my head. Sorry, that is completely wrong.
Yes.
Yeah, my mistake.
Good night, Mr. Chairman.
11.
Okay, so we're getting close. Now, starting with the districts, District 1, Councilmember DuPont.
Jeremiah Griggins.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember DuPont and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Boyle. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, the motion passes unanimously.
Okay, District 2, no applicants. Is there a motion to continue advertising the District 2 opening and hopefully come back at a later date?
Motion.
Second.
Boyle Harris.
Okay. I have I'm going to clear this real quick. I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Boyle and a second by Councilmember Harris. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, and the motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. So 2 is referred back. All right, District 3, Councilmember Harris, Caroline Moraz, Clarissa Jones, Cindy Kelly, and Shahid Sohail, and Sabrina Wong.
I'd like to nominate Cynthia Kelly.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Harris and a second by Councilmember Smith. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, and the motion passes, Councilmember Smith, unanimously.
Okay, District 4, Councilmember Smith, Cheryl Hirsch, who was appointed to the airport, or as an airport commissioner, Kira Jones, Peggy Sue, Steve Maxey, and Tammy Johnson.
I'd like to nominate Tammy Johnson.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Smith and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Boyle. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, and the motion passes unanimously.
All right, District 6, Councilmember Zhang, Humberto Sandoval, Jerry Vu, and Jose Delgadillo are the 3 candidates.
I would like to nominate Humberto Sandoval.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Zhang and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Boyle. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, the motion passes unanimously.
Okay, leaving 3 more spots, the Arts and Cultural Advisory Committee, Colton Dennis, and Gregorio Rocha Tabera.
Motion to appoint Colton Dennis.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember DuPont and a motion by Councilmember DuPont and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Boyle. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. And the motion passes unanimously.
Okay, leaves the Building, Housing, Board of Appeals. We have Alberto Escobedo and Stephen Patterson. Both have expressed interest. Do any council members have a preference between Mr. Escobedo and Mr. Patterson? Do the applications real quick. Okay, anybody have a preference? Okay, I'll nominate Alberto Escobedo.
Second.
Got the second.
that was a legitimate tie.
Yeah.
Come on, Harris.
You got Harris? Okay. I have a motion
got him
by,
by like a hundredth of a second.
I have a motion by Mayor Serrato and a second by Councilmember Harris. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, the motion passes unanimously.
Okay, leaves us finally with the at-large. I would propose Steve Maxey.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Mayor Serrato and a second by Councilmember DuPont. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. And the motion passes unanimously.
Okay, so District 1, Jeremiah Greggins. District 2, referred for further interest. District 3, Cindy Kelly. District 4, Tammy Johnson. District 5, April Holloway. District 6, Mr. Sandoval. Arts and Culture Committee, Colton Dennis. Bicycle Pedestrian, Curtis Thomas. Building Housing Board of Appeals, Escobedo. Planning Commission, only one, Anthony Gonzalez. Parks and Rec, Joe Bauer. Airport, Cheryl Hirsch. And at-large, Steve Maxey. Okay. Good group. Okay. Is everybody okay with one from the Planning Commission, or is there a desire to see interest in a second potentially from the Planning Commission?
I'm okay with one.
Okay. Everybody okay with one? All right.
Okay.
So if I could jump in.
Yes.
If there's interest in another seat, I appointed Tammy Johnson for D4, but I think Peggy Shue would be a great addition, in part because of her service on the board of Boys and Girls Club, which is directly impacted by the path of the train. I'll defer to you, Mr. Mayor, as a at-large pick, but throwing that last-minute plug.
Yeah, we could have a second at large. That's okay. I don't know if that, Jennifer's looking at me like, I don't know if we're agendized for that either. but-
Yeah, I don't believe we're agendized for that. And nor do I think it was approved originally when the citizens group was set up.
Okay.
Oh, if we're not agendized for it, then I'll withdraw.
Okay. Potential, if no one else, I mean, I would think if no one else expresses interest in the District 2 seat, potentially we could change that District 2 seat to another at-large maybe, I don't know. But
Yeah, that's a good idea. I guess see where we are in 2 weeks.
Okay. Yeah, we can bring it back. So District 2, and then if after our best efforts, there's no interest, then, potentially we can convert that to Ms. Sue. Okay.
Okay. Agenda item K10, request to add item to future agenda.
All right. On my right, Mayor Pro Tem Boyle, anything for a future agenda?
A long list of nothing.
Want to hear?
Nothing.
All right. Councilmember Jean?
Nothing.
Harris?
Next meeting.
Smith?
No, thank you.
Councilmember Deanne, anything for a future agenda, sir? Ron, anything for a future, is there anything you'd like to see on a future agenda? He's looking at me. All right, he said no.
Okay,
Nothing for me, Jennifer?
Agenda item K12, city council comments, or 11, I'm sorry.
All right.
City council comments.
K11, council comments. Councilmember Deanda? Council comments.
Any council comments tonight? Any comments tonight at the end of the meeting? Any comments that conclude the meeting?
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, Councilmember Smith.
Thank you. Given the hour, I'll defer till next time.
Councilmember Harris.
Nothing tonight, thank you.
Councilmember Jean.
I'll defer.
Councilmember DuPont.
I'll defer as well.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyle.
A long list of nothing.
Same list of nothing from me, Jen.
All right, agenda item L, adjournment.
Motion.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Boyle and a second by Councilmember DuPont. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. And the motion passes unanimously.
Done.